Ah, there we go. What's up, everybody? Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. Ari, the Aries princess. She's here. Brandon's here. Yeah, you guys are first. We can hear him. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Brandon with a general, and then Ari. Okay. All right. So don't mind me. This is for me, guys. Yeah. All right. So. All right. Give me just a second. And just welcome everybody that's jumping in. I'm just gonna go straight in to all the things. So welcome. All right, so this is for Brandon. We got Brandon up first, and then we have Ari, and then Jazzy, and then I'll figure it out as we go. So. All right, so Brandon. Um, hmm. You got for a general reading, you got a lot of things going on. So we're gonna have to kind of like look into it a little bit here. The first thing is there's some type of conflict that's coming to an end. Of course, obviously, I don't know what areas of life this has for you, but we'll get into it. We'll figure it out. So why is this conflict in reverse here? Okay, so I don't know. Whoop, get it on camera. So I don't know what your sign is. I don't know if you're a water sign, Brandon. Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. But it looks like you definitely um you went through something painful recently, and I think you're trying to recover from it. You're trying to heal from it. We have the Three of Swords, so something hurt you recently, and I think it's in regards to love. We have the Knight of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Three of Swords, you got burned, you got hurt. The King of Cups, obviously, I think is tied to you, your energy. You don't have to be a water sign, but it just, it could also indicate that you're feeling kind of emotional right now because, you got hurt. There was conflict. The Star, you could have been dealing with an Aquarius. I'm not sure. But, yeah, and there was a conflict. So underneath this Knight of Cups, we have the Five of Swords, which is the same over here. So there was some type of fight you had. Maybe somebody left, relationship ended, something happened here, the Six of Swords. Maybe you had to leave something, and then, but you do have something, a new start here. There's an opportunity for something new coming up for you. So whatever this situation is that happened to you, God, source, the universe, whatever you believe, wants you to know not to lose hope, that things will get better. You will overcome the pain of whatever happened to you. There is a light at the end of this tunnel. And the Star is a renewal energy, meaning that whatever happened to you in the past, there's something better. And that's the beauty of life. There's always something better. There's always something beautiful. There's always something more than the last thing that hurt us. It's just, when we're in the thick of it and we're going through the shit, it doesn't always feel that way, right? It feels like this is the only person that I'm ever going to love, that I ever want to love, right? And it's always the most painful experience because it's the one that we're going through, right? So, anyways, whatever the situation is for you, it's saying that it's this time is coming to an end, which is a good thing. So, end of conflict, end of heartache, end of pain, and all these, whatever that situation was for you. Now, the next card we have for you, Brandon, is Influence, which is tied, what I'm getting is it's tied to your calling. You have a spiritual calling. I mean, we all have a calling in life, but not everybody is aware of their spiritual gifts, their talents, and those things. You have a calling. You're meant to do something more than whatever you're doing in your life right now. And this Influence card is tied to that. So you're meant to either create something, be seen, be heard, whatever is inside of you that's meant to come out of you is intended to influence people in a positive way. So why is the Influence card here? And whatever it is, it's going to be exciting because you have the Celebration card here. So whatever this is tied to, it's going to be something exciting. Yeah, so we have the Page of Cups, which is about creative endeavors, following your heart, following your intuition, and using whatever creativity. Like, I don't know if you're into music. For some reason, music just, besides the fact that I'm listening to music, but with you specifically, I'm getting something about music. So I don't know if you're a musician, you're an artist, or, but there could be something musically related to your calling. This is very interesting. Okay, I've never ever Brandon, never Brandon have I ever once. This is what's so beautiful about tarot, about this shit, this weird woo crazy shit with the cards, of whatever this shit is. I've never had it connected or brought to me this way before. So influence is your gift, right? Whatever your calling is, you're meant to influence. And I don't want to sound cheesy by calling you an influencer, at least not in the way that we're used to thinking about it, like social media and TikTok and Instagram, like an influencer like that. Now, I'm not saying that couldn't, have some degree of relevance to what you're supposed to do here. We'll find out in just a minute. But what I can tell you, the thing that's blowing my mind is you have this Five of Cups energy here. It's whatever this Three of Swords, this pain, this loss that you're going through, this raw emotion that you're feeling right now. Man, I'm getting chills, bro. This energy that you're feeling right now, the pain, the heartache, whatever you're going through, whatever that emotion is, the universe is begging you. Brandon. The universe is begging you not to waste this. It's energy, this creative energy. Like whatever this is that's just happened, this Three of Swords, this heartache, and this Five of Cups loss, if you can funnel that and channel that into whatever that gift is that you have, like if you're a musician or whatever that is, if you can channel this loss and that energy, if you can channel that emotion into whatever your spiritual gift is. Again, I don't know if it's music, what your thing is, but it's crystal fucking clear. The universe is screaming at me, like, tell him not to waste it. Tell him not to waste it. Tell him not to waste this, because you're meant to create something. The Three of Pentacles is here. You're supposed to take and channel whatever this is, this loss and this heartache. You're meant to channel that. You're supposed to channel it and funnel it into something that's going to be, it's going to be a really big deal for you. You're supposed to create something, funnel it, use it. Don't waste it. A lot of people, they get hurt, they get heartbroken, and, drink alcohol or medicate or whatever people do to escape it, right? And so they have all this raw energy that they could use. Nothing should ever be wasted in life. Nothing should ever be wasted in life. And we don't understand that, unfortunately, because we're spiritually bankrupt for the most part. Why celebration here? Bro, dude. Celebration? The Empress just came out. Taurus, Libra energy. Now, I just saw something in the chat. You said Taurus a second ago. Well, you got Taurus, Libra here. But this is celebration, and then you get the Empress. This is getting exciting. This is getting exciting. All right, why celebration here? What's this about? Okay. Knight of Pentacles, more earth energy. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. Now we had the Six of Cups, but it was in reverse when I picked it up. And we have the death card, which is rebirth, transformation. And at the bottom of the deck, we have the High Priestess, which is Pisces energy. But so here's the story. So what the universe is a funny little guy. So there's an interesting little play on words here. How do I explain this? So you have an exciting time coming up because something here that's unfolding that you don't see right now. In other words, this situation that occurred to you, the painful situation, the conflict, whatever's happened, you're not realizing that this whole thing is about to go sideways on you. Like you're just, it's like a plot twist is what I'm trying to say. There's a huge fucking plot twist that's about to come, where this thing is about to come full circle. Why is the death card here? But it's in a good way because the celebration card's here. It's something that you're going to find out, or something that's going to occur. Something's coming back. Something's coming back from the dead, but it's not coming back from the dead in the same form that it was in when it needed to die. Something needed to die. When the death card shows up, it's because something needs to fucking die. And in this case, death is what's needed, right? But the death card isn't the end, because this is only halfway through the Fool's journey in the Major Arcana. Like, this is card number 13, and it's 22 stages, 22 steps before the Fool's journey ends. We're only at step 13, so we obviously have, what, like 9 more steps to go. So this isn't the end of everything. It's a rebirth. It's just saying, hey, something at this stage needed to die. Something in this form needed to die so that something new could arrive so that we could continue on and complete the journey. So there is something in the past version of whatever this situation is, obviously with the Taurus. Now, the Empress could be you, because male or female doesn't matter, or could it be somebody else? I'm getting a feminine energy off of the Empress, so I don't think that this is you. But whatever the situation is, there's a rebirth. And I think you're going to be surprised how this situation is going to... The plot twist. That's the only way I knew to say it. There's a plot twist. You're not going to see this shit coming. But when it happens, you're going to be celebrating. Why is the calling here? And one of the reasons that this needed to happen for you, my friend, is so that you could awaken to this. If this situation didn't happen to you, you would not have an awareness of what this thing is that's calling you. And it's unfortunate that sometimes our lives have to blow up to get us to wake up so that we can see the very thing that we're actually needing to pay attention to, right? So anyways, why is the calling here for Brandon? Brandon came, I mean, you guys coming out of the gate tonight, like with the things. I'm like, all right. You know, throwing me into the hot seat tonight. Like, yeah, bring it on. We ain't starting off easy on me tonight. You're like, no, I'm gonna make you work. Make you work for them free tarot readings tonight, boy. Why is the calling here? Yeah, you have a spirit. You have a spiritual destiny, a spiritual calling. You're meant to create something. Because I've got the Page of Pentacles, I got the High Priestess here. Yeah. You're meant to be an authority. The Emperor, Aries energy. So this is crazy. Dude, you got the Emperor and the Empress in the same reading. And look, you got the fucking Lovers, dude. And you got the Lovers. Bro. This ain't the Lovers. Like, whatever this situation is, dude, you have a profound spiritual connection with whoever this person is. Whoever this person is, this is like the strongest spiritual connection that two human beings can have. You have the Emperor and the Empress, and you have the fucking Lovers. So I'm going to tell you, your calling, and this influence card is all about you taking your story, taking what you've learned as a result of this story, and when the time comes, you need to go out. And you need to be honest. You need to be vulnerable. And you need to share with people. This is what I learned. This is who I was. This is how I failed. This is how I fucked up. But this is how I got on my feet. This is how I kept going. And you start to share everything. Right? And you take people by the hand and you lead people, whether they realize they're being led or not, and you show them the way. That's what this is. Your calling is about you just taking what you've gone through in your life, and whether you create that message through music, whether you create it through a platform, whether you just talk, whether you write a book, it doesn't matter. However it wants to come out of you, you'll know. But whatever this story is, not to sound cliche, but this is like a Romeo and Juliet thing. And when I say Romeo and Juliet, I mean like the like what the Romeo and Juliet story was really about, which wasn't it wasn't really like, you know, the ending technically wasn't a good ending. It wasn't a great ending, right? If you look at it, it was meant to be more of like a tragedy, right, than a romance. So I don't even know how the fuck Romeo and Juliet ever got categorized as like this romantic thing. I mean, I guess romantic in the sense that it was like emo, like most emo songs, you know what I mean? But it has that kind of vibe to it, where it's like, hey, sometimes our love stories have to become tragedies, but then not every ending is what it seems. Not every ending is what it seems. With the death card, it looked like it was dead. No, it's not dead. It's just being reborn. It's coming back to life in a new form. So I don't know, man. That's a hell of a general reading. Like, there's a whole lot. I mean, I could swim around in this for hours, my friend. But whatever this is, man, yeah, there's something to this that is meant to unfold for you. Like, you're in the unfolding of the process happening. So there's portions of this or pieces of it you're meant to experience. You're not meant to be told, right? If you just have to walk through it, like you have been walking through it. You've been going through it, and you got here, and you're like, okay, well, what's happening? Cool. The universe is like, cool. I'll throw you a bone. Here you go. Cool. Pit stop. Check in. I'll give you this, but keep going. The story doesn't stop here, man. The story gets better. So this reading, whatever this is for you, man, it's actually really good. It may not feel that way right now, because I did see that Three of Swords. I did see that Five of Cups. You know, obviously you've been through something painful, and I do feel like you're still feeling that pain. But and it's okay to be in that, because that's what's real right now. But whatever's happened with you, man, this situation is not, there's a plot twist coming. I'm just going to put it to you that way, my friend. There is a plot twist coming. All right. So Ari is up next. Thank you for the kind words, Anonymous. I appreciate you guys too. I love you guys. Love you guys being here. Your support. All right. So when you guys see me do this tonight, this is for me. So don't worry. Like, why is he writing my name on here? It's for me when I have to go back and edit this. It gives me a place so when I have to scroll through, I don't know. I don't remember. I talk to so many people, and sometimes these lives go for a really long time. So what this helps me do is it helps me know, okay, this is the person I was talking to. So this is just for me to see when I go back through and I need to edit it, or if I need to edit it. Edit it. If I need to edit it, then this gives me a placeholder knowing where I was. Not that I have to explain it, but you guys are like, what the hell? Why is he writing it? Okay, will my future spouse most likely be a Caucasian or Latino, or a mix of both? Interesting. I know. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out. I like the challenge, Ari. I like the challenge. I'm just trying to figure out how I would answer this. Um, Wait. Actually, I do have a deck I can use. All right. Caucasian or Latino. All right. Let's see. I don't know. We'll see if this deck will tell us. I mean, okay. Who knew? I mean, you guys, every single person out here just watched me do this. Who would have thought that you would have got it on the first card? There's your answer. Fair male. So Caucasian. Lighter skin. So it's going to be a Caucasian. And you can see, maybe I'll try to hold it up for you just so you can see. Kind of blurry, but it says at the very bottom, it says lighter than darker. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he'll look like a digitized Justin Bieber. Like if Justin Bieber had a resting bitch face. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that he looks like Justin Bieber with a resting bitch face? What do you guys think in the chat? Justin Bieber with a resting bitch face or no? Ari's like, that was very straightforward. Hey, you ask, you shall receive, right? I think he looks like Justin Bieber with a resting bitch face, but I feel like you had a. Oh, what would my first impression be? I remember. Like, all right, I knew there was a second part of the question. I'm gonna get 3 of these because I feel called to for you, and then I'll just grab a couple of these other ones I'm seeing or I'm sensing. All right, so either you or this guy will be healing from family issues, so just keep that in mind. Some type of family shit. Maybe Justin Bieber has some family problems. Well, we know Justin Bieber has something because the whole Diddy thing, right? Like he probably got raped by Diddy at all those parties. Poor kid, man. All right, this could be the one. So, when you meet this guy, this guy actually could turn into something. There could be a legitimate thing you have going here with this guy. Well, let me get one more from here. Yeah, so I think this is you. Release your ex. I could be wrong, but I feel like this is your energy. Like you might have somebody that you kind of lingering in your energy a little bit. I could be wrong. Could be him. Could be both of you. It doesn't matter, But it's just saying, hey, if there's any lingering energies attached to you, then obviously that's going to affect your ability to, to think clearly, to see clearly, and obviously to have a clean slate when you start with somebody. First impression, My God, this song is so fucking good, dude. Sometimes a good song is like a great orgasm. Like it's like when you find a song that just hits, it's like everything you needed. It's like a mental orgasm. So I'm going to say you got a really good first impression with this guy. Yeah. Everything is great. Everything is great. First impression. So for you, Ari, he's going to take the lead. Like this guy is like, hey, you know, he has no problem kind of stepping into the masculine role, taking the lead. He's going to, he's going to show you that he's serious about, building and having a future with you. Like his intentions are pure. Like he wants something serious, long-term committed. And I feel like, he's adventurous too with the travel card. Or maybe you guys are at a distance from each other. That's a part of it. But I feel like this is more about you guys like being more adventurous together. It's not so much about literal travel or distance to me as it is just about being adventurous. And then fulfillment at the bottom of the deck. So yeah, I think that whoever this guy is, Ari, whoever this guy is for you, I think he's legit. He's too legit to quit. Hey, hey. Too legit to quit. Hey, hey. Oh, whoa, country coming in here. She's like, I will mod. Hold on. All right, country. I just made you officially the moderator. You can kick ass and take names. You can delete. You can block. Country's like, I will exercise my authority. By God, you will. So I'm just going to tell you, I'm just going to warn y'all. Don't think the country love ain't capable of giving that country ass whooping. My moms will give you an ass whooping. My moms will give you a country ass whipping. Oh, look at this. What? Gene coming up, sneaking through the back door. Gene. My love. She's here to save me and rescue me. Oh, man, we're going to party down tonight. All right, who are we at? Jazzy. Jazzy Dreamer. Oh, girl. You know? I'm just keeping the seat warm for you, baby. Just keeping the seat warm for you, baby. Keep it warm. It's getting cold outside. That cuddle season coming up. I'll be over here on the seat like this. Warming it up. Warming that seat up. Nobody wants the love of their life to go sit down on that cold porcelain in the middle of the night. Jazzy Dreamer. Jazzy girl, you up. It's your turn. It's your turn, Jazzy. That is right, Gene. You get up. Hey, look. You get up in the middle of the night, you got to go pee, and you got to sit on that cold toilet seat. I'll be in there. I got that little foot warmer in there, little heater in there. I'll have that little fluffy, what are those things? Like, my grandma had one. My grandma had one in her house. It was like a cushion, the seat cushion thing where you sit on it and it would squish down. And it had like carpet on it, like a carpeted toilet seat with a squishy thing. I guess it was supposed to be padded. Why can't I think of that word? Just padded. It's like a padded seat with carpet on it. Keep your ass warm, so you don't have to sit down on a cold thing to pee. But you know, still not the same as not the same treatment you're gonna get from me. Like, I hate it. What's coming in for love? Thank you. All right. Oh wait, no, I'm not gonna. Hold on. Wait. I'm erasing. Jay-Z. That's what I'm writing. Jay-Z. All the things tonight. All the things. Jazzy. Jay-Z. All this room, where the fuck do I put them? My inner Virgo is being OCD. Stop it. Oh, so Jazzy. Hold on. I thought I was done. I'm not done. Woo! Oh, damn. All right. Okay. Let's just start there. All right. For everybody that's just joining in, officially want to say welcome, everybody. Welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. My name is Eddie. Welcome to the party. If you are new, please like, share, subscribe, all the things. And tell my amazing mod she is the shit. Just put it in the chat. Say Jean is the shit. You can skip the queue for those of you who are new, don't know how this works. There is a link in the description, a PayPal link. If you would like to skip the line, you can, all the information to do so is there. Donations are priority. And with that being said, we're just going to keep going. Enough about that. So, Jazzy, where are we? Jazzy. Jazzy, are you here? Gene is the shit. Perfect. 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 Wait. No. Come on. Multitask, Eddie. Multitask. All right. So Jazzy. The first thing that I'm noticing, Jazzy, is and I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. Please. Don't shoot the messenger. Jazzy, my dear, you are horny as fuck. Like, you're so horny, you're about to blow. You're about to blow up. And I'm being dead serious right now. Like, this 10 of Wands is tied to this Knight of Wands. And this guy, okay, we're going to do a quick little story time. Do you know why the Knight of Wands gets a bad reputation in tarot? Like, you always hear about the Knight of Wands. He's the player. He's in and he's out. He's non-committal and this, that, and the other. Do you know why? Because the dude's horny. It's like this dude is horny 24/7. 24/7, 365. And it's like he's got an itch that just can't be scratched. He's got an itch that can't be scratched. And all that fire, all that fuel, it's like it starts to stack up, man. All that passion starts weighing you down. Like, man, it's okay. It's okay. Like I said, I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. It's okay if your sex drive is the Knight of Wands. I think it's actually great, right? I think people should own it. If you're hypersexual, be hypersexual. There's nothing wrong with being hypersexual. You know, it's okay. So you know, I feel like you got a little, you know, but anyways, that's neither here nor there. So now that we got the important part of the message out of the way, your hypersexuality, when it comes to love, you have a few different things going on here. All right, so let's start here. When it comes to love, yes, this is you dating. These are people who want to date. There's opportunities around you for dating, love to happen, and the Three of Cups. However, your experience is not great because it's overwhelming you with the Ten of Wands. Like, it's not a pleasant experience. Dating for you has not been a pleasant experience. We have the Seven of Swords. You've either been lied to, betrayed, cheated on, or there's been a lot of trust issues, or maybe you attract a bunch of avoidant partners, something of that nature, or there's a lot of hit it and quit it energy with the Knight of Wands. Like, these people, you know what to say. They show up, they lure you in, they make you believe, and then once they bite into that apple, once they get a bite of that apple, he hit it and quit it. So no, I didn't say you are dating. I'm saying in your love or romantic life, because that was your question, right? That was your question. Yeah, your question was about what's coming in for love. So here you are. We have Temperance, Sagittarius energy. Underneath that, we have Scorpio energy. And down here, we have this engagement ring. I think you're looking for something long term. And then this is like a nostalgic thing. So like there's somebody I feel like you still are holding on to, reminiscing. This is like a Six of Cups energy. And healthy choices. So yeah, you're obviously looking for something that's the opposite of what I believe that you've experienced or at least had an experience with. So coffee cup is here, which is tied to the Three of Cups energy here. There's, what is that? You have a block. There is a huge block. Like I feel it. Like I literally like your energy could push me push me over this chair, like push me backwards over my chair. There is a huge block. There's a wall. Because I feel like I'm I'm trying to like go into the energy. It's like she's asking this question and it's like I'm trying to reach out to like tap into the energy and there's this ferocity, this like there's a huge wall up. What is that? Ooh. Okay. I'm 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 trying to, if what I'm feeling, if I'm right at all about what I think I'm feeling, then what I may have to say could be extremely personal. So I'm having to make a judgment call because I don't know that you would want, like I just don't know that it's something that, yeah. Something happened to you in the past where, to put it lightly, you were lied to. Or you felt lied to. Something major happened to you in the past. That makes so much that makes so much sense. This makes so much sense. What do I do with it though? Okay, this has never happened to me before on a live reading. The information that I feel that the information I'm receiving as the messenger for you, Jazzy, is not something that I think you would appreciate me divulging in front of everybody. Not because it's bad. It's just, it's a sensitive thing, right? It's like, and sometimes beyond the cards, right? So the cards are just mediums. Anybody can learn to do tarot cards. You can buy a deck of cards that comes with the book and you can do your own readings. But when you have a gift on top of the cards and you hear shit, you talk to dead people and all kind of weird shit that happens to me. Sometimes you receive information about people in great detail, maybe more detail than people would want you to know about their situations, and that's the thing about energy is available. It's like it's broadcasting all the time. And if you just like a radio, if you turn your radio on and whatever station it's set to, that's what comes through. And the reason that you hear it is because you choose to turn the radio on, right? Well, my radio was on all the time. And so just like you can't filter what's coming in on your radio, you turn it on, you're going to hear whatever the fuck's playing. That's me. Like all the things are there. Like your whole life, you can't hide anything energetically speaking, right? Just for you guys out there who may not understand how that works. All your secrets are out. They're being broadcast all the time. Because you, as a human being, you have an energetic field, an auric field. And your field is connected to everybody else's field. That's why it's called, the collective consciousness. So all my secrets are out there. Your secrets are out there. Everybody's secrets are out into the collective. And so the people who are sensitive enough to pick up on that stuff, when we do, sometimes we receive information that's very private and very personal. We know things about people without, we didn't go looking for it. Okay. I'm just giving an example. So with you, Jazzy, something in your past happened. I have an idea about what it could be in regards to. And I feel a very intense energy that's attached to you as a result of what's happened to you in the past, which would make complete sense. And so I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna share that part of it because that would be irresponsible of me. Even if people don't know who you are, even if you're a complete stranger on the internet, it's still irresponsible, and I'm just not gonna do it. So, but there was something you were hurt. We'll just generalize. You were hurt in the past. And as a result of the thing that hurt you in the past, it's affecting your ability to find love in the present. That's the most oversimplified way I could say this. So, do you have opportunities for love? Yes. 100%. Opportunities for love, healthy choices. There's opportunities for love available to you. The issue, for lack of better words, the issue that I sense is your apprehension with this Seven of Swords. You have an apprehension because, and again, naturally, anybody would who's been hurt, you have a slight apprehension in knowing how to trust people because of what's happened to you. And I think, you've had one major thing at least, and then I think you've had a few other little things that weren't as bad, but it was enough to keep that fire fueled, And so at bare minimum, there's some trust issues here that I feel are preventing you from fully letting love in entirely the way that it needs to, because we have Temperance. This is the answer. This card right here is the answer to your love question. It's Temperance. And I know it's kind of hard to see on this card, but on all Temperance artwork, if it's traditional, this angel, which represents God, source, the universe, your higher self, whatever you believe in, one foot is on the ground, one foot is in the water. Meaning you have 1 foot, there's a balance between practicality and emotion, right? And then up here, she's mixing these, this angel is mixing these two cups together, right? Which has a shit ton of symbology. But really what this is showing is that there's a level of harmony or healing or balance of self-trust or trusting even in the divine, to overcome this. Because until you resolve this, then, because if you look underneath this card, you have the Lovers. And this isn't the Two of Cups. Like, this is like legit the Lovers. And the Lovers is plural. It's actually known as the choice card as well, which means you have choices available to you. And that's being shown throughout here. Choices. You have this engagement ring over here. Like, there's a lot of implication. And over here we have the Ace of Pentacles at the bottom. And you have the Lovers card. You have choices here. Right? And you have at least one major soul contract with this card. So you have at least one major soul contract for sure that you could attract or call into your life, however you want, whatever language you want to use. But this is what's stopping you. The Seven of Swords. There's a trust issue. It's either trusting trusting the people that you end up meeting, or not trusting yourself. Whatever that thing is, this is the symptom. The trust is not the cause, it's the symptom. The symptom is deeper than that. I'm not the symptom. The cause is deeper than the symptom. The symptom is surface level. This is the symptom, not the cause. If I could speak. The cause is deeper. The cause goes back to whatever this thing was that hurt you in the past. Temperance is here to help you heal from whatever that thing is, so that you can open yourself up to allow love to come in. So, are there people who want to come to you? Yes. Do you have options available to you? Yes. And if I look down here just at these three cards, building, this is serious. Engagement ring. It's a serious. This is like, you have somebody who's going to come in who wants to build with you. And in the past, you had somebody that wanted to build with you, but they fucked you over. You want a family. And I think like somebody in the past made you believe that they wanted a family too, and they fucked you over. And this is where it all went wrong. This transition card is in reverse instead of upright. Instead of continuing up the steps into the light of hope, which is the star energy, the star card, not losing hope, just continuing to climb and saying, man, no matter how many times I get knocked down, no matter how many times I get fucked over or betrayed or hurt, I'm going to keep going and going and going, because I know that as long as there's oxygen in my lungs and that there is, a heart beating inside of me, that love is possible for me, right? The hope costs nothing, giving up costs everything. Hope costs nothing, giving up costs everything. But you lost hope. This in reverse is you lost hope. You started to give up on love. You started to give up on the very thing that you wanted most. You started giving up on hope that, well, maybe I won't have a family. Maybe I won't meet a person. Maybe I won't have commitment. Maybe I won't have these things. Whatever that looks like for you, I'm just, this is my language, right? You use your own language. You apply your message to that. But you lost hope. At some point, you started to lose hope. But it doesn't matter. What matters is all this can be undone. Just like when something is done to us that sets us onto a path in life that we're not created for, whatever that is, whatever that thing that's done to us can be undone by our own spiritual power, because we are the fucking magicians. We create our realities, right? And that's the only thing that we have control over. We can't control life. We can't control other people. There's so many things in life that we can't control. The only thing that we have control over is ourselves. And that's the beauty of this reading for you, in my opinion, is the universe is saying, yes, you have options. If you want options, you have options. Yes, you have suitors if you want suitors. Yes, love is here for you. Yes, 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 yes. The answer is yes to all the things. The only no, or the only cock block, is the cock block of self. And I'm not saying that you intend to do this. Nobody intends to cock block themselves. Nobody intends to get in their own way. Nobody intends to be the obstacle between the thing that they want. It's unfortunate that the things that happen to us create trauma. Trauma is a real thing. Pain, heartbreak, trauma, it's a real thing. And we as human beings we have to respond to that. You know, our bodies will respond to that trauma, and then next thing we know, we become our own worst enemies, right? But that's the beauty of a reading like this, is once you become aware of what the kink in the hose is, you can fix it. If we diagnose the problem, then we can work on it, right? And so that's what the universe is here to do, is say, hey, I got you. Don't lose hope. I got you. We can work through this. We can heal this. We can rectify this and correct this so that you will have love. This will be your reality. You will have love. You will have a partner. You will build a family. Whatever the desire is that you have, you will have it. You will have it. The only way that this will not happen for you is if you choose it. And I just glanced at the chat because I wasn't reading the chat while I do the readings. I typically don't, because I don't want, when I do the readings, I don't want what you're saying, what all you guys, all of you in the chat are saying to me, to influence what it is that I'm getting. So when I'm looking here, this is the camera that I'm looking at. When I look this way, that's the screen where I can see the chat. So it's very obvious. You'll know when I'm looking at the chat because I have to look this way. When I'm looking here, I'm disconnected from you guys. I'm just here doing the reading. Whatever comes through is whatever comes through. And if I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I look over here because this is my table where all the cards are. But I mentioned that to simply say that I try very hard to disassociate from the chat at certain points, because I don't want to be influenced by what you guys are saying. I just want to trust myself and whatever comes through me to be whatever that is, right? And if it either it resonates or it doesn't. But I did glance. I have to admit that I did glance, and I did see you say something. So, okay, so now I'm going to get caught up. Okay, so let's talk about that for a minute. I was reading, Jazzy, I was reading your comments. Let's talk about this for a minute. And I appreciate all you guys bearing with me here, but this is one of those moments where I feel called to address something that I feel called to address something that applies to more than one person. So you said it, that's funny because I talk to men, but they don't ask me out. Well, you're right, because this, and I'm not saying this to be an asshole or to be insensitive, but it's like, I can't not be honest and truthful. Like, that's why I'm here, because as how do I say this? Like, the whole reason that I even started a YouTube channel, and I had it, and thankfully my first channel, I had an original channel, and it got wiped out last year. Literally, I had a whole different channel. It was my first channel, and I only got up to like 500 subscribers or some shit, but YouTube literally deleted it during Mercury retrograde, no less. Just gone, deleted. We deleted your account. Okay, great. Why? I don't know. We just fucking deleted it. Okay, great. Lost my YouTube account. And then I was like, do I want to do this, man? Like, it was only 500 subscribers, but shit, that was like hours and hours and hours and hours of recording tarot readings, editing, uploading, just to get that far. It was, I don't know, about 2 years worth of work to get that far. And I wasn't doing it all the time consistent, but still a lot of fucking work. I was like, well, do I really want to do this? And so then my higher self is like, well, do you want to know why? maybe this happened? I'm like, okay, yeah. And there's a key reason why I'm sharing this story with you, with all of you. Do you want to know why something happened? Or do you want to know why something doesn't happen? Right? A lot of times we don't get curious about things on a spiritual level. We're just frustrated by the circumstances or the outcomes that we're getting in life. We're pissed off. We're frustrated. And we feel like we're doing something. We're putting forth effort, but we're not getting the result that we desire. Why? Right? So wherever you stand with whatever your desire is, if you're not getting the desire that you desire in your life, then that needs to be investigated. We need to get radically curious about it. We need to release judgment from it, because the more judgment you bring into it, it's the more ego you bring into it, and that's just going to set you back further. And that's why people continue to, the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing and expecting a different result is because they let their ego run the show. They let their judgments about things, right? And there's a sense of, maybe a minor sense of self-justification when you can judge something, because it does one of two things. It either empowers you, makes you feel like you have certainty and control over the situation, or it cosigns your powerlessness, where it's like, oh, well, I can blame somebody, right? And so either one of those places is false. It's a false power. It's a false paradigm, right? If you think that you're in control of something that you're not in control of, well, you can't fix it because you're full of shit. You're believing your own lie. Like, I'm in control of this. No, actually, you're in control of nothing, right? Or you fall on the other side of the coin, where it's like, it's never me. I'm the victim. Wow, wow, wow. It's always, you're blame. It's like, well, blaming your way through life isn't going to get you what you want either, right? So neither one of those positions are a powerful position to be in, and unfortunately, that's where most people end up. And that's why they end up stuck, or they keep repeating the same cycle, attracting the same things. Like, why is my life doesn't change? I feel like I'm putting forth effort. I feel like I did something different. I feel like this person was going to be different, blah, 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 blah. And the universe is just like, nope, you haven't learned the lesson. Go around the mountain again. You haven't learned the lesson. Go around the mountain again. And so all that to say, going back to my story, is I had to get honest with myself and go, well, wait a minute. Why did my channel blow up? And I had to think about it. And then the answer finally came to me. Because instead of judging it and just think, well, fucking YouTube, this, that, and the other, blah, 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 I sat down and I thought about it, and it's like, I get it. I was given a gift by the universe. The universe took my YouTube channel away because I wasn't being real and authentic with myself. I started a channel and I just was copying what everybody else does. Same fucking tarot readings everybody else does. And, to some extent, I still do a little of that. Like, I just uploaded all 12 zodiac signs, which I guess is part of the game. But that's not the this is what I came here for. This is me being real and authentic. It's coming here to help people figure out what it is that they need to do. How do you step into your power? How do you become the magician? Right? Because we can sit here all day long and predict the weather. Well, is it going to rain tomorrow? Is it going to rain next week? These cards are great for predicting. But why is it that these cards always predict the same things? And why is it that so many people come back with the same fucking questions again and again and again and again and again, wanting to know about the same person or the same situation? Why has nothing ever changed? And these cards are sitting here like, well, this is going to happen. That's going to happen. Predict. Because what are the cards actually predicting? The cards aren't God. These things are pieces of paper with artwork. I made my own. Look, I got fancy, bought some blank cards, painted them black, and used my terrible handwriting, and I wrote some words on them. Nothing fancy about this deck of cards. Nothing magical. There's no magic. There's no magical potion. There's no magic spell. It's just paper. that I painted black and drew some fucking words on. These cards are no more magical than these cards, right? But they are good at predicting things. And it's not them that predicts it. That's not how it works. But people, unfortunately, they give their power away to these cards, and they think, oh, well, the cards, the tarot cards say that I'm going to have this, or this is going to happen, blah, 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 blah. And then so you go out living your life falsely believing that because the cards said, I'm going to fall in love, this person's going to come back, ABC, XYZ, and then it never does. It's like, what's so weird? Or every once in a while something does, right? Like, oh, wow, something did happen. But what's the force? What's the mechanism behind this? What is the cards actually predicting? The cards are predicting your energy. The decisions and thoughts and choices that you make, that energy is what's affecting the cards. It's not the cards that affect your energy. So people get that part of it backwards. Now, why is that important? Well, here, and it's important and relevant to the story, is because I decided if I'm going to get on here and I'm going to do this shit, it's going to be to help people. And sometimes that's tough. It's hard because sometimes we're confronted with situations that are deeply important to us, some more than others. And it can be a very bitter pill to swallow sometimes when we realize that 90% of the time, we are the ones who are the most important factor of all of it. And people have a hard time with that. I had a hard time with it. And that's part of the spiritual journey, is learning that you're not the victim. I am 100,000% responsible for my life. I'm not 100% responsible for what people do to me. I can't control everything that happens to me. If someone lies to me, I didn't make them lie to me. They cheat on me, I didn't make them cheat on me. The fucking drunk guy that smashed into me when I was 16 years old and killed my girlfriend and killed her sister and put me on fucking life support, I didn't ask for him to do that. Out of my control. I'm laying in fucking bed. My whole fucking face is shattered. I had to do 6 hours of reconstructive surgery on my whole face, knock my fucking teeth out. I got this thing drilled into my skull. My head swelled up to the size of a fucking watermelon. My hips dislocated. I can't talk. I can't breathe. I can't cry. And then the minute I'm awake, I'm not even awake for 5 minutes. 48 hours this is 48 hours later, by the way. So I fall asleep in the backseat of a car. I wake up 48 hours later, half dead on a machine that's keeping me alive. I'm dazed and confused. I'm like, what? How did I get out of the backseat of a car into a hospital room with so many fucking wires and every tubes and places everywhere, right? Well, I wake up and, the first thing, hey, you're hit by a drunk driver, your girlfriend's dead, her sister's dead. And I can't even because of all the shit that's, connected to me, I literally can't even be emotional. They had to shoot me up with morphine. It's like, he can't, he's half dead. He tries to grieve this shit now. He can't. His body literally can't take it. So they had to put me under again, shoot me up with morphine. Get about me. I'm just saying that when I say that we are 90% responsible, what I'm talking about is the things that we can control. We can't always control what people do to us, how we're treated, what happens. Lightning strikes you, you end up fucking paralyzed, your husband leaves you, your best friend cheats on you, whatever. But we can always control who we become as a result of what happens to us. That, my friends, we always can fucking control. And I've had the privilege and honor of being with many people. I have exchanged hands with many, many, many fucking warriors and warrioresses out there who've had the courage to go through some crazy shit. Far more crazier shit than I could ever even possibly fathom. Makes anything that I've ever gone through seem like Toys R Us, right? And that's why I do this. I get on here and do this because I know that everybody out there deserves to be happy. You all deserve happy. You all deserve love. You deserve abundance. You deserve fulfillment. Whatever it is, you deserve it, and you can have it, because that's how fucking powerful we are if we come to understand who we are, right? And that's so much more than I can possibly explain on a free tarot reading. But what I will not do is I will not betray myself. I will not betray my channel, and I will not water down what this beautiful fucking craft and tool is. These pieces of paper can be an extremely powerful tool, far more powerful than the superficial shit that it's become, the fad that it's become, predicting, you know, divination. Like, if you really sat with these things, man, these things you could turn yourself inside out and discover so much beauty, discover power, because these things will not lie to you. And there's a beauty in that. There's a beauty in anything that can tell you the truth, the honest to God truth, without any motives, right? Like, another human can come to you and they can have an intention or a motive. Like, oh, I'm not going to lie to you. But you don't know. They might have an intention. They might have a motive. There might be something they want from you. How do you know? These things aren't human. They have nothing to gain or nothing to lose from you. It's just truth, divine truth. Take it or leave it. And there's a power in that. There's a beauty in the ability to receive truth, even when it's fucking hard, because the truth will set you free. That is one of the truest true statements. The truth will set you free. Why does it set you free? Because it's the truth, right? And all truth is there to set you free. Well, why is it that so many people are so resistant to the truth? Because some people are just simply not ready for the truth, because the truth is scary. Because to accept the truth also means to place the power back into our hands. What are you going to do with that power? What do you do when you have to be responsible for you? Because no one's coming to save you. You have to participate in your own rescue. You have to sit with, unfortunately, like me, I had to sit in the ashes of something that I didn't fucking ask for. I didn't ask for this drunk man, you know. I don't know. He was sad and lonely, 65-year-old dude, doped up on a shit ton of prescription meds, went up to the gas station probably just to get a fucking beer or something. You know, he didn't think he was going to, his intention wasn't to crash into the car that I was in, for sure. He didn't come after us. He wasn't out to kill us. You know, he was a harmless old man who made a shitty mistake. He made a really dumb fucking mistake. And it cost me my girlfriend's life, cost me her sister's life, who was like a sister to me, and almost cost me my life. I was left with ashes that I didn't fucking ask for. And that's the reality. That's the harsh reality of life. So what do you do when you're handed ashes that you didn't ask for? And then you have to be responsible for those ashes. Because that is one of the harsh realities of life. Is like, life hands you shit, piles of it, fucking piles of it, again and again and again and again and again, piles and piles and piles and piles and piles of fucking shit. And what our job is to go into the shit and find the treasure, the gold. Where's the gold? Show me the fucking gold. Because I refuse to allow the shit that happens to me be all that there was. Life isn't going to take a big shit on me and that's it. It's like, oh, hey, Eddie, that's a joke's on you. I'm just going to take a big shit on you and you're just going to take it and live with it and deal with it. And then I end up, losing hope in my dreams, losing hope in the very things that the very things that make life worth living for us, guys. Do you see how backwards that is? Like, we allow these things that happen to us to steal from us the very fucking things that we're here to live for. The things that you want, the things that would make you happy, that make you excited, that would light you up, that would fulfill you. Right? we allow the shit that happens to us to take those things from us. This Seven of Swords, a thief. The thief comes to steal, kill, and destroy. And that's exactly what happens. Life comes in, some shit happens, and then it's like, oh, okay, so you're going to take essentially the whole meaning for existing away from me. So now I'm just going to live in depression. I'm going to live in fear. I'm going to live in hopelessness. I'm going to live in scarcity. I'm going to live in loss. I'm going to live in trauma. You know, I'm going to spend my teeny tiny little minuscule short little fucking life that we're not even promised that we're going to be here tomorrow. Right? No one's promised tomorrow. So, you know, we're all on borrowed time and we're all going to die anyway, sooner than later. You know, every second that goes by that you're listening to me tangent, it's another second of your life you're not getting back. Right? So if we don't get fired up enough about fighting and defending that thing, our right to live, our right for fulfillment, our right to have what we want, no one else is going to do it for you. No one else is going to come in and go, hey, you're depressed, you're sad, you want love, you're lonely. Oh, I'm going to come in and save you. It's not going to happen, guys. And I hate that. I hate that. I wanted that for me for so long, man. I wanted someone to come in and just be, you know, to rescue me. And unfortunately, life kept serving me piles of shit. And then I finally got it. It clicked. I finally got it in my head. I said, I see. I get it now. You're going to keep taking shits on me until I get fired up and pissed off about you shitting on me. And life's like, now you got it. That's the spirit. You don't like when I take a shit on you, do you? And I'm like, no, I don't fucking like when you take a shit on me. And it's like, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That right there, that tenacity, that drive, where it's like, you're not going to fucking take a shit on me and get away with it. And you know what? Life hasn't stopped shitting on me, but it's not getting away with it anymore. Why? Because I go into those piles of shit. I was like, if you take a shit on me, then I'm pulling out the treasure. I'm pulling out the treasure. You don't get to just shit on me and then run off and that's it. That's not how it works anymore. No, I'm going to take it from you. You're not taking from me anymore. I'm taking it from you. When the pain comes, when the hurt comes, when the betrayal comes, when the losses come, when the disappointments come, if that shit's running off, this Seven of Swords, if it's leaving, if it's running away with more of you than you took from it, then you weren't standing in your power. You don't understand this spiritual stuff. And that's okay, because life will continue to teach you until you get to that point where you do understand, right? That's how this is supposed to go. When life hands you lemons, you throw a fucking fight. You fight. You don't just take it up the ass. And I'm not saying literally, I'm just saying you have to be willing to take more from the things that hurt you, that disappoint you, that betray you. You have to be the one who takes more from it than it takes from you. Because the alternative is no alternative. If the disappointments, failures, betrayals, losses, and all that shit is taking from more from you than you took from it, then you become the person who pays a sentence. You're sentencing yourself to a life of unfulfillment because of what happened to you. And for many of us, we didn't even choose it. How shitty is that? Why should you guys be serving sentences for things that you didn't even ask to happen to you? But yet that's what people do. Someone hurts, someone cheats on you, right? I'm just giving an example from my own life. I've been cheated on many times. For major relationships. Someone cheats on you. Well, you have a decision. Many decisions that can be made. Well, a lot of people make the decision and go, well, I'm never going to trust anybody again. Nope, never going to trust anybody ever again. They cheated on me, they hurt me. I'll never let that happen to me again. Okay, great. Well, you just sentenced yourself to a lifetime of unfulfillment and unhappiness. That person didn't sentence you. You sentenced you because you're the one who made that decision about the rest of your life based on what that person did to you. And what you should have done, or what people should have taught us, I should say, I'm all fired up now, is when that person cheats on you and you look that fucking thing in the eye, and that the person be long gone, okay? But whatever the trauma is what I'm talking about. The infraction, the pain, the hurt, the thing that hurts you, you have to go within you to face the demon that person put on you. When they came and they cheated on you, it's like they threw a demon on you. I'm just making something up, right? Not literally threw a demon on you, but there is this demon inside of you now. There's this fear. There's this infection that will grow and grow and grow and grow and steal and steal and steal and steal from you. Because eventually you're going to be like, well, I'll never trust anybody again. Well, guess what? If you never trust anyone again, then you're never going to fall in love again. Is it worth it? Is that what you want? You want to let one fucking person or two people or three people or four people or five people, how many people is acceptable for you to get to the point to where you are willing to say, yeah, okay, that's it. No love for me for the rest of my life. That's it. I'm done. Never going to trust anyone ever again. Well, you'll never have love again. If you don't have trust, you'll never have love. So was it worth it? You're going to give your power away to that? The people had that much power over you to steal that from you for the rest of your fucking life? Like, that is a non-negotiable for me. And I don't care what it is. Take my fucking arms, take my legs, put me in a wheelchair. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit what you do to me. You will not take my soul. You will not take my happiness. You will not take my gift. You will not take the thing inside of me that I have come into this world to give back. And by giving back, I receive the life from it that I need, because that's why I'm here. That's my calling. I will never, ever, 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 ever again allow life to shit on me and to take from me and steal from me. Because that's my power. That's me standing in my power. And we all have the same power. You guys have the same power. And we are all confronted with this because we're all human. Every single one of you has a situation in your life that you know of, maybe multiple situations, where something happened to you. You didn't ask for it. You didn't want it. You didn't deserve it. But did it take from you or did you take from it? Has it defined you? Has it left you in this place where it's like, well, I'll never let that happen. I'll never do this. I'll never do that. Never, 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 never. And really, all you're saying never to is your unfulfillment. Because you have walls, you have trust issues, you have this, you have that. And I get it. We're human. And I'm not demonizing the fact that, again, trauma is a real thing. It's more complex than this. But what I am saying is, while it is complex, on the other hand, it's not. There's a paradox here. And sometimes it's just getting down to the truth within ourselves enough to say, where do I stand with me, and where do I stand with what I want, and how bad do I want it, and what will I allow to steal it from me, right? For some of you guys, you have family, you have children, you have friends. If somebody broke into your house and threatened your wife, threatened your kids, threatened your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, your best friend, would you not, protect them with your life if you had to? You didn't force that person to break into your house. But if you had to protect and defend those that you love with your life, would you not do so? Right? I think most of you would say, yes, of course I would. Well, who's doing that for you? If you're not doing that same thing for yourself, because life is that intruder. Life is the person who's breaking in to your house all the time. All the time. There's shit happening to you all the time. And you have to be willing to stand up for yourself on that level and say, you will not take from me. You will not take my hope. You will not take my fulfillment. You will not take my dreams. I will not spend my life thinking like, I'll never find love. You know, there's no good people out there. I can't trust anybody. Men are too fucked up. Women are too fucked up. The dating world's too fucked up. The world's all fucked up. I refuse to let whatever has happened to me steal from me and take from me so that I end up in that demented, dysfunctional place. And I have no one to fucking blame. I can't go out and blame men. I can't blame women. I can't blame society. I can't blame culture. I can't blame social media. All these fucking stories that people come up with is why the dating world sucks, why no one's faithful anymore, this, that, and the other, blah, 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 blah. It's bullshit. It's you. It's every person's responsibility to regulate their own fucking selves. And if I go out into the dating world and I'm an honest, genuine, authentic person, then I'm taking care of me. I'm doing my part, my responsibility. If all of you go out into the dating world, and again, I'm just generalizing here, you all go out into the dating world and you're owning yourselves, then you're doing your part. And now the dating world isn't so shitty anymore because you know you're a good person. I know I'm a good person. She knows she's a good person. He knows he's a good person. And we're all coming together and we're taking ownership of our lives because we're not blaming, we're not being fucking victims. Then all of a sudden the dating world changes. It had nothing to do with social media. It had nothing to do with this. It had nothing to do with that. It had nothing to do with all the stories of powerlessness. And all powerlessness is because we let somebody come and take something from us. And if that doesn't get you guys pissed off the same way it pisses me off, because I actually care. So, again, because the reason why I'm here is because I fucking care about people. I care about you guys. Some of you guys, you guys have been around, and I've never met you, but energetically, I'm connected to you. And it's the blessing and the curse of being a highly sensitive person. And it's a very honorable thing that you guys come here, to entrust me. And sure, I get it. It's a free tarot reading. You don't have to be here, blah, 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 whatever. But for me, it's an honor. Because I take this shit serious. I take your questions serious. Sure, I joke around. I try to have fun. I try to be myself. In this particular moment, you're seeing a serious side of me. But, all the joking aside, I take your guys' questions very seriously. I know it's important to you. And when I show up here, I show up 100, I give 100%, even though it's free. And it's not about the money, because it's about what's in me. It's about my call. What I came onto this planet to fucking do, which is to help people. That's what I'm passionate about. And I've gone through my shit, and I know that you guys have gone through your shit. No one's better, no one's worse. But the world can change. The world can change. But it takes courageous fucking people who are willing to hear the truth and speak the truth and become the truth. And that's not always easy. And I'm sure the most imperfect person when it comes to this. I'm preaching to the choir, by the way. So my point in saying all of this, to get on with the readings, after I don't know how fucking long I just went on this rant, but my point in saying all of this, it should be the unforgivable sin, the only non-negotiable that you should have in your life, in my opinion. This is just my opinion, take it or leave it. The only unforgivable sin and the major non-negotiable that you should have, and I'm not saying that there aren't others, but perhaps, top one or two non-negotiables that you should have as a human being living in a world of duality where pain, loss, betrayal, and hurt and suffering is a reality. You need to have a non-negotiable with yourself to say, my life, my fulfillment, my desires, what I want has to be protected. And if I don't fight for it, if I don't protect it, then nobody else will. And if I allow the unfortunate and disappointing, evil, bad, whatever word you want to use, parts of life to steal it from me because it happened again, or it happened again. It happened, and it doesn't matter how many times it happens. That's besides the point. And it's going to keep happening because you allow it to happen. That's the other side of my point. It has to be a non-negotiable. You will never take this from me. I don't care. I don't care what the fuck you do. You will not take this from me. You will not steal my hope. You will not steal my desire for love. You will not steal my desire for a family, for whatever the thing is for you. You fill in your blanks for your life, for your dreams, for your fulfillment. But that's not the world we live in, right? Something bad happens to somebody and they become defined by it. They become powerless. They become hurt. They become victimized. And then they sentence themselves to a lifetime of misery based on 1 or 2 or 3, 4 or 5. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's 100. But for most people, it's not that many. For a lot of people, it only takes one thing, one bad thing happened to them, and then they sentence themselves to a lifetime of fucking suffering because of one thing that one person did to them that they didn't ask to happen. They gave all their power away. Right? And then, the universe is like, you're like, well, how come I can't find love? How come I can't have that? The universe is like, dude, you can. You can have whatever you want. You can have whatever you want. The choice that you made was not to have the things that you want. The choice that you made, you just weren't consciously aware of the fact that you made the choice was, no, I'm going to sentence myself to not having it because I'm scared. I'm scared if I trust somebody, then they'll hurt me. And you know what? You're right. They will. That's the point. You will be betrayed. You will lose. Someone will die. Something unfortunate will happen to you. You will be tested. Again and again and again and again. And until you get to that point where you say, nope, you're not going to take it from me. I don't care. Betray me. I will go out. You betray me. I'm going to go out and I'm going to find love again. I don't care. I will never lose hope. I will never fucking lose hope. And until you get to that point to where you're like Braveheart, like Mel Gibson and Braveheart, and you're just like the fucking dude rolling around, like I don't care. I literally don't care. Do whatever the fuck you want to me. You're not stealing a goddamn thing from me. Until you get to that point within yourself, then life isn't going to take you serious. That's you claiming what you want. That's you standing in your power. When you've drawn the line in the sand and you say, no more. I will have this. I will have that, and you're not going to take this. What are they not going to take? Not going to take my hope. I can't control what's going to happen to me in all situations, but you're not going to take my hope from anything. I don't care what you're not going to take my hope. Take my arms, take my legs, take my, put me in a wheelchair, turn me into a vegetable, and I'm drooling out of the side of my face. If my brain can think, I can still have hope. If my heart is beating, I can still have hope. You can take everything away from me, but if there is life inside of me, you will not steal my hope. And I know that I know that I know that I can lay hold of my fulfillment, right? So for most of you, most of us, myself included, we are our own worst enemies. And the truth sets us free when we allow a system like this to expose where we have betrayed ourselves. When we allow this to show us where we betray ourselves. Who gives a shit if these cards can tell you something you already know? Oh, hey, someone cheated on you. Look, the 7 of Swords. Someone cheated on you. Yeah, tell me something I don't already know, dipshit. I already knew that. Nothing new to know there, right? Tell me something I don't know. Okay, cool. Let's talk about instead of the person that betrayed you, let's talk about how you're betraying yourself as a result of the person that betrayed you. Oh, now you're onto something. Oh man, that one hurts, man. Like, that's sensitive. Yeah, it's sensitive because you can't put the responsibility on the person who hurt you. They're not the scapegoat anymore. You can't blame them and go, well, they're the one who did it. They're the one who did it. They are the ones who did it. They did it one time or whatever they did to you, but now it's over. It's done. That person's gone. They cheated on you. They lied to you. They fucked you over and they left. They're gone. So you're left with the ashes that you didn't want. The question is, are you going to live with those ashes for the rest of your life because of what this person did to you? You're going to let this person steal all your life, all your hopes, all your dreams, all your desires. You're going to let this person get away with that much power, take that much from you. So the rest of your life, you're living is all fucked up. Like, oh, I'm just a fucked up wreck. This person, they cheated on me, betrayed me, and they lied. And now I'm just a fucked up wreck. I can't find love. No, you can. You can find love. You just got to take your power back. You got to stop betraying yourself. And even when people betray you, again, if they do betray you again, I hope they don't, but if they do, you'll know now that no matter what someone does to you, you'll never betray yourself. Man, that's, for me, that lesson right there set me free. As somebody who's been cheated on multiple times, legitimately, my girlfriend died. Like I've had it all. Like you name it, it's happened to me. This shit was my freedom. Am I going to tell you it was easy to lean into? No, of course it wasn't. But when the reality hit me that no one's coming to save me, I had to participate in my own rescue, and then I had to reach in and find my power, and I had to be willing to fight for me because nobody else was going to fight for me. Nobody else was going to jump inside of me and go, oh, you're losing hope. Oh my gosh, Eddie, don't lose hope. Don't lose hope. Don't lose hope. No one was going to come fight for me. It's like, no, dude, that's your hope. You want to hold on to that hope? You want love one day? You want these things, your life to be a certain way? It's up to you, man. It's up to you. You have to do it. And that's real talk, guys. And I know that's like a whole big, long spiel that I don't know. I just feel like, what the beauty of this tool that we have is so underutilized. And we're living in a time right now, more than ever, where it's two realities, two worlds that are colliding, and it's beautiful. On one hand, we're on the precipice of an incredible, powerful spiritual awakening. I truly believe it. And if you follow any type of spiritual anything, everyone can sense it. Everyone feels it. Everyone knows. We are on the verge of potentially a great fucking awakening. It's not an apocalypse. It's not the end of the world. It's not about politics and all the other the terrible bullshit that people get off on, right? Because you get sucked into that. That's a whole black hole of its own. No, there's something amazing that's about to happen, potentially, for all of humanity. There's a great fucking awakening that's on the verge of happening. And it's a good thing. It's going to benefit all of us if we lean into it. And the point, the purpose behind this great awakening is to hand us back our power, our spiritual power. Not ego, not the bullshit, not power struggles and control and tyranny and all this shit, but true spiritual power from within. So that we're not living in these crazy fucking crisis times where we're all scraping to get by. And, it's like, no, there is a golden age that is coming. It's not what it seems. The current reality, as shitty as it seems, is not the reality that is intended. I 1000% believe that. And I am not an eternal optimist. I'm a realist, right? And this is me keeping it real. But it doesn't happen magically. That's the thing. The universe, God's source, the universe, whatever you believe, is doing its job. It's doing its part. We have a responsibility to participate with that force, which requires us just to allow truth to be, to allow truth to exist. In other words, when we stop resisting the truth within ourselves about anything, then we'll experience freedom. And freedom is the gateway to everything, anything you want. But you have to let the truth come. You have to let the truth come. And the truth isn't always the easy pill to swallow. Because the very first thing you're going to have to do when you ingest the truth is the truth is going to turn on you, and it's going to go, hey, this is the truth, but here's the thing you didn't want to hear. You're responsible. You are responsible for your life, your choices, how you allow things to affect you, what you allow to empower you, what you allow to disempower you. You are the creator of your own reality. You, no one else. This is you. No one else can account for your life and your incarnation in the avatar. This is your storyline, right? So, anyway. Big, huge, long, epic fucking spiel. Dear Lord Jesus. You guys are like... So, anyways, okay, yeah. Yeah, and I don't know. I who knows? I may have offended all of you guys. I don't know. And that's the thing. Like, you know, obviously my intention is not to offend anybody when I say the things that I say, but I'm also, again, and I swear to God, I'm going to shut up after I say this, but I have to say it. Like, I am here on a mission. I'm not here just for fun. I'm not here just because I do tarot cards. I'm not here because I'm certainly not trying to create some massive YouTube channel. I'm here because I'm called. I choose to be here. And I enjoy you guys. It is fun for me, and I do enjoy it. It is part of my calling. But there are times when things come through that the messages are the messages. And I will never betray myself, and I will never betray my messages on this platform. And this is a delicate, most of the time it's not. Most of the time there's not a problem. But this is, make no mistake about it, this is a delicate and fragile thing. You guys are coming here with questions, and unfortunately, for you guys, you don't know. You're coming in with a simple question, but you don't know what information I'm going to be getting about that situation. And I realized that there's not a way for me to warn you other than how I tried with Jazzy earlier when she was here. I started to get information about something that happened in her life, specifically in great detail, that I was like, this is not appropriate. It's not appropriate for me to, it doesn't matter if people know who she is or it doesn't. It's just not appropriate. And that's, unfortunately or fortunately, I'll let you guys decide. That's the level of sensitivity that I have. I've had dead people talk to me. I've had people's traumas. I've seen things, heard things, know things. Like, it's real, okay? And so you guys ask me a question, I open up the channel, and whatever fucking comes in is whatever comes in, and I try to give you a reading. Sometimes what comes through, not sometimes, all the time that comes through, I don't choose. So just so you guys know, this is my disclaimer. I'm not here to trigger you guys. I'm not here to offend you guys. I'm here to serve you guys. I'm here to answer your questions, all that. But just be aware that there is a chance that you could come to me with a question, and if it's something that you think could open the door to something that maybe you don't want to hear or you don't want to know about, or, you know, triggers you, think about that. You know, that's your guys' responsibility coming to me. I'm just here as the messenger, you know, and I'm happy to answer the questions, but I'm not going to hold back. If I start getting, I mean, unless I feel like I need to, obviously, if it's inappropriate, I will. But, you know, if the universe is like, hey, this person's cock blocking themselves, I'm going to say, hey, the universe is saying you're cock blocking yourself. that's the answer. That's what I got. So hopefully that makes sense to you guys. All right, let's get back onto this. Huge long spiel. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to scroll way the fuck back up. Find my list. I'm sorry I made you guys sit through all of that. My big spiel. We'll find out who the real dedicated people are. You guys sat through all of that and you didn't leave? God, you're badass. Like, I just sat through that guy's whole fucking sermon. If you're still here, I applaud you. Achievement unlocked. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let me get back to my list. Oh, do we have a donation? I was talking for so fucking long, man. Okay, there is a donation. Okay, I'm sorry. I scrolled way too far up the chat. So Tawar donated and posted her question above. Okay. Okay. How does the Dart police that rides the train at 5 a.m. with the peanut butter skin and afro kinky hair feel about me? I'm attracted to him, and I think he's attracted to me. Oh, this is the best question ever. The detail of this question is awesome. The peanut butter skin and the afro kinky hair feel about me. That reminds me of the movie Coming to America with the pastor, the preacher guy from Coming to America. When he's talking to the girl. Like, that whole character in that movie is awesome. All right. So, don't mind me. This is for me. For those of you who weren't here, me writing on this is for me. It's for later. If I need to edit something, then it's like it helps me know where I was in the video. Okay. Let's find out the feelings. Okay. I gotta get some music back on. So interesting. So you have a this guy on the train. There's like a side story going on with him because we have the Three of Swords here. Like he's hurting right now from something. I mean, this could be your energy, but I don't feel like it is. I feel like he's actually going through something right now. Um, he's hurting from something, and we have judgment in reverse. So it's like something didn't work out the way that he thought it was going to work out, or maybe he made a bad decision, or maybe he lost hope for something. I'm gonna have to dig deeper with that. Now we do have the Ten of Cups, so maybe he was in a relationship, or I don't know. He's got something, or wasn't something. I'm gonna have to clarify these because then when we go down here, we have the Knight of Cups and we have the Lovers. So we have the Ten of Cups, which is amazing. So if this was just about his feelings towards you, it would be like perfect. But here's where I pump the brakes a little bit. If this is somebody that you have, like, you don't really know, or you haven't been in a relationship with, this card doesn't really make a lot of sense. Nor do these. Well, this one would make sense. The Knight of Cups would make sense. Like that could be somebody who has like a significant crush on you, right? But the Ten of Cups and the Lovers, for somebody that you see on a train you've not dated, you don't have any history with, that to me seems like radically excessive for somebody that might be more or less a stranger. So let me clarify this. I'm going to clarify this Three of Swords because I'm wondering if this is tied, if this pain or whatever this is that I feel that this person is going through is tied to maybe another relationship or something. Because there's something that's just a little off, and it's not off in a bad way. It's just off in the terms of like, if I try to frame the reading around him having that strong of emotion towards you, like, it doesn't feel right. It's like, this is like, you know, this is the love that you have for somebody that, like, I mean, you've been in love with this person for a while. Like, you've built a life together. You've bore children together. You've, like, this is your ride or die. You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of love that's on the table. This isn't kind of like a, I'm looking at you, you're looking at me. We know there's something, like we have that feeling. We're just kind of waiting for somebody to make the first move. I mean, yes, that is there here in this card. So if we look at just the Knight of Cups, that applies to this one card. It doesn't make sense for this and this. So, all that to say, I'm just thinking out loud. Why is the Three of Swords here? Let's try to figure out here. Okay, so we have decisions. All right, tell me more about this Three of Swords. Okay. Yeah. That's kind of what I thought, but I was a little hesitant to go there. So I feel, I mean, this could be you, this could be him, or it could be both of you. But yeah, there's been heartbreak in the past. There's been betrayal in the past. There's trust, like trust issues, implied trust issues. And there's like a, like somebody was an option. in the past. Like somebody had multiple people or something. Like, I don't know. With the decisions card, that's what that is implying, that there were multiple options, and obviously that person wasn't aware that they were one of many options because it was kept secret. Why is judgment in reverse? I need to find out if this is a warning for you too. Because this card in reverse, this card in reverse has got me questioning. The plot thickens, the plot thickens, the plot thickens. Oh man, I'm gonna have to clarify again. Okay. So I don't know if this is like, this could be a warning, and I'll tell you why. I'm not sold on this answer. So, but I'm going to tell you. I'm just going to make mention of it because it could be. This person could be in a relationship, and the judgment card in reverse is telling you that this is a bad decision. So this reading could be warning you, hey, don't go there. Like, you could be temptation for this guy. Like, you might sense that there's something there between you. I'm not saying that that's not true, but I'm saying that it might be a bad decision for you. And I'm going to tell you why. And then I'm going to clarify again to see if this is true or not. Okay? So I'm not, again, just to be 100% crystal clear, I'm not saying that this is my final answer, but I'm saying that it's possible. All right? So this could be a warning to you saying that, you know, not to go there with this guy. Why? It's superficial. Just basically meaning like this isn't a real, like this isn't a long-term real type of connection. It's just a surface level connection, superficial. We have the unknown card, which is saying there are things that you don't know, right? There are things you're not aware of right now. And then we have letting go, which could be the universe saying, hey, you need to let this one go. You have release, which is this person walking away saying, hey, this is something you need to walk away from. But then we have this calling basically saying like this person is not aligned with you. Now, I'm not sold on that answer 100%. So let me get, let me try to find, what do I want to use? All right. Okay. Yeah. Let me try this. Let's see. Is this guy a good opportunity, a good connection for Twar? Is this person legit or not? Why is the Five of Swords here? Like I'm trying really hard here. Like I'm trying really hard here to. The universe is not going to lie. I have to keep it real with you. I have to keep it real with you. I don't think that this is. I don't think this guy's a good choice for you. You got the Five of Swords. And then these two cards count. So you have the Seven of Pentacles, but then you have the Five of Pentacles. Now, that could be a lot of things. That could be like somebody who's this guy basically looking to see like, well, what is she about? What does she have that I want? Right? Like this guy's looking at this like, well, what does she have that I want? Well, but the result of that is you ending up with nothing. Like this guy will take from you. And I don't know if it's literally or just like, then we have the Knight of Wands, which is a player card. Unfortunately, this guy is like a hit it and quit it. And then we have the Queen of Swords, which is like essentially the universe saying, you might want to have boundaries with this guy. So do I feel like what you're sensing, it could be a hot fling? Like, I think that if you went there, no judgment from me, by the way, but if you went there with this guy, yeah, I think you guys would, the Knight of Wands is, I mean, the sex would probably be great. Like, it'd probably be really good sex. Not going to lie. The Knight of Wands is really good in the bedroom. So you guys would probably have, very passionate, fiery sex. But if you're looking for something serious, something long-term, then I'm going to definitely say, I'm going to go with a no. And something didn't feel right when all this came out. Like something didn't feel right to me. Because never in all of, 3.5, 4 years, whatever, how long I've done this consecutively, I've never seen this. I've never seen this configuration ever. When a question, like the question you asked, somebody asked a question about someone's interest. They just met them. There's no background. There's no history. There's no reason for these cards to be here. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no reason. But then this card in reverse, it's so off the wall. Like, what, the Judgment card in reverse? And then there's the Three of Swords. Like, it's just like, it's the whole thing. That configuration based on the question that you, and in the context of the question you asked, made no sense. Which is like, okay, well, got to dig into it because clearly there's something off about that. And so we looked into it. We got secrets, not good. Decisions, not good. Three of Swords, not good in that regard. And then this is the glaring warning. And I really was avoiding this card because I was focused on these. The Three of Swords, the love, the love, the love. Because this one didn't really make sense to me. Like, well, I'll come back to that one. But when I got around to it, I was like, this card in reverse is saying bad decision. Like in my mind, like it's screaming, bad decision. Don't overthink it, Eddie. Bad decision. I'm telling you, bad decision. I'm like, oh, okay. Okay. I hear you. Bad decision. So, but I don't know. I guess maybe I felt a little guilty after giving my big spiel a second ago. Like, God damn, I just didn't want to like took a big shit on pick a big shit on everything by my big sermon is not going to go. So I was like, oh no, but again, I got tested. I had this long preaching thing about being true to myself. And the universe like, you're going to be true to yourself. You got to tell this woman it's a bad decision. I'm like, oh man, I don't want to tell her it's a bad decision because she sounds excited about this guy. And I'm not saying that what you feel isn't real. That is real. You do have a connection with this guy. Just to be crystal clear with you, you do have a connection with this guy. But there's like a term that's it's popular. It just started going around. It's what's good for your whole is not good for your soul when you're a woman. And if you're a guy, it's what's good for your pole is not good for your soul. That's what this is. Like, this guy would be good for your whole, but he's not good for your soul. If you get my drift, right? So if you're looking for some great sex, then I think that is what this man would offer you. If you want more than great sex, then I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna go there. I'm just gonna say I don't feel comfortable enough to tell you that this is it's good. I think he's involved in something else. I think he could be married, but if an attractive woman that he has a strong connection to on a train were to approach him, maybe take that wedding ring off, or maybe he doesn't wear one. I don't know. I'm just making shit up, but it happens all the time. Unfortunately. So, I hope that answers your question. But if I were you, if I were you, I just wouldn't go there. But that's me. But if you do go there, just be sure to proceed with caution. Okay? Protect your heart. And definitely make sure that he wears a rubber. What do we have? One more? Yeah, the angels told me no. Well, good. See, if you're hearing like you're tapping into your own guidance, that's awesome. And the fact that you listen, that's even more awesome. I know a lot of people who are very gifted spiritually, and their higher selves like, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. What do? They do it. Like, I just heard something for you. Tawar, I just heard you need to go dancing. Even if you don't dance, even if it's not something that, even if you're like, well, whatever, just go dance. Even if you don't dance, just go somewhere where there's dancing. I'm getting that strongly for you. And maybe more than once. And I think that you're going to meet some people and make friends, but I think you might actually meet somebody there as well, like a good guy. So, I don't normally get that. I don't normally get just random messages like that, but I got that. So maybe something to check into. But thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank all of you guys for being here. And if you're new to my channel, welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. My name is Eddie. Glad you guys are all here with me. I think, who do you have? George? Is George up next? I saw one donation just come through. So I think George, if you're here, if I'm reading this correct, George is up next as the next donation. to become more a friend with me. Okay. So okay. I got you, George. I got you, my friend. Well, your friend definitely respects you, and your friend definitely thinks you're the shit. I can tell you that. Whoa. Okay. Well, George, I'm going to hand you the cards, my friend. You're going to do the card readings from now on. You got a gift, bro. Thank you so much, Tawar. I just saw your comment, Tawar. Thank you so much for that. That means a lot because sometimes I say things in the heat of the moment, and then afterwards I'm like, oh man, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Like I question myself, you know. But I really appreciate that, Tor. Thank you so much for those kind words. It's really, it blesses me to know that I'm not just saying meaningless things. But okay, sorry, George. I'm gonna give you the cards, bro, friend. So, man, dude, your intuition was on point. So, first of all, let me just say that when I was pulling these cards, this was just for a side reference. Like I wasn't necessarily pulling them for you. They weren't the cards that I was really going to use per se for your reading. I was going to pull them, and then I was going to pull another set of cards. And if these set of cards down here reference anything up here, then it would teach me something. It's just a little side thing that I do sometimes. But then these cards said what you were wanting to know. So we have the Divine Masculine, which is you. So this is like the Emperor in tarot. We have Success, which is huge green light, the biggest green light. And then we have the Divine Feminine, which is like the Empress. So in tarot, this would be the Emperor and the Empress. And this would be like the Ten of Cups or the Ten of Pentacles in between. And then you have the Soul Contract, which would be like the Lover's card. So you have a soul contract with this woman. Hands down, you have a soul contract with this woman. You guys are divine counterparts. That's why the soul contract is here. Now, this deck that I'm using up here is a deck that I created for myself. And there's like about 83 cards in here. One of the cards in this deck is just a love card. It's very general. It just says love. Now, if the love card would have been here, then it would be a slightly different reading. Not that it would affect your question so much in a different, like we would still say that, yeah, this person, has romantic feelings for you. But the soul contract being here is very, very different than the love card. In fact, I'll just grab it real quick just to explain what I mean, because there's something you need to know about this. There's something more that you need to know about this. I just got to find the... Apparently I'm going blind. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Let me just set this off. You don't need it. Okay, so here's that love card I was telling you about. Here's the soul contract card that actually is here. Right? Now, the additional thing that I was referring to. I'm OCD. Stop it, Eddie. I can't help it. I'm an OCD Virgo. Okay. So if this card, the soul contracts card, was not on the table, if it was just the love card, the divine feminine, success, and the divine masculine, basically it's saying, yeah, you have like, you guys are very compatible for each other. It could turn into the potentially mutual feelings. It could turn into a long-term relationship, right? Cool, fair enough. And that might be all that you care about it, right? But when this card is on the table, this one was not, because I put it on the table. When this card comes out, the soul contract means that you actually had a pre-existing contract with this person, meaning that you guys decided before you came into the bodies that you guys are going to meet up because you actually have something you're supposed to do together. So this relationship that you have with this woman, or the reason why this person is in your life, is for a much, much bigger purpose than even romance and love, okay? Now, I don't know what that would be for you guys, but it needs to be known, because if you treat this relationship or this connection like it's just this love card, meaning you misinterpret the importance of it because you think it's just romantic, then you're going to do yourself a great disservice. So, and the reason I'm saying this to you is because, again, the divine, the God source, the universe is telling me to tell you this because you have something here that is sacred, my friend. And I need to emphasize that. You have something that is sacred. And when something like this happens and it's sacred, it means it's really, really rare. And it needs to be treated as such, okay? And I'm not saying that you wouldn't treat it any different. That's not my implication, but I'm just saying that the universe is here to tell you that, yeah, your intuition, what you felt was right because your soul knew, your soul was telling you, hey, we have a contract with her. That's your soul confirming to you that, hey, yeah, it's time. We met up at this point in time because we contracted to meet each other at this time because we have something profound to do together. When the divine masculine and the divine feminine come together, it's game over. Like there is something super important that you guys are here to do. Okay. And I don't know what all that is for you, but, you're on point, man. Like I'm over here looking at the chat with you now, but just to let you know, man, like you clearly have a spiritual gift. You're tuned in. Like you get it, man. Like you have a gift. So whatever that is that you're feeling and sensing, you're on point, man. You definitely trust whatever you're getting because you're right. And this is just proof that you were right. Like you knew before I even pulled the cards, and the cards came right out like boop, soul contract. Like that's the easiest read that I've ever done right there. And you already knew. And so there's a beauty in you knowing, like whatever that is that you have, the universe is, God source, the universe is telling me, to apply that same gift that you have, or whatever, however you want to call it, whatever you think you have, apply that to other things. Trust that same thing that you did here, that same thing that was telling you about her. Start applying that same gift to other areas of your life and trust it. Now, are you always going to be right? Are you always going to be 100% right? No, that's impossible. Nobody bats 100% all the time, right? I don't care the most gifted, channelers, mediums, psychics. We're all human. We're all subject to imperfection. But that's not a reason to not do it, right? And it's okay. If you bat, 8 out of 10 times, 7 out of 10 times, that's really good. 70% average, batting average is really, really good. 50% is even really good. If half the time, if 50% of the time, you know, you have a nudge or a hunch, and you're right. That's still pretty good. And I always like to say, never violate a hunch. You know what I mean? Never violate a hunch. So yeah, this is amazing, dude. This is amazing. This is amazing. I'm feeling compelled, just for my own curiosity, really quick. I'm just curious, George. I have to be. I gotta snoop just a little bit more. I gotta snoop just a little bit more. Okay, yeah. So I was just wondering about like what, you know, I was just seeing if the universe would give me a little bit of a clue as to like what you guys, like what the contract actually specifically was about. And it's not really telling me like, and I kind of knew that it wouldn't probably tell me a whole lot because, you know, that's part of the story and the journey that you're meant to explore and find out for yourself. But what it is telling me is that, yeah, this was definitely, the timing of all of this was exactly what it needed to be. So the timing card is saying you guys came together in perfect timing. Now, this contract is not about soul contract. This contract is about literal contracts in life, responsibilities, you know, anything that you feel that you could be either literally, legally contracted to, or just other things that you feel obligated to in life. But it can also be about things that you and her are meant to do together, you know? So your soul contract could actually be manifesting into literal contracts that you have with whatever you guys are meant to do. This card is interesting. Patterns is like, the first initial thought is like, I think it's really talking about you. Like you're actually really good at noticing patterns. So you have a really intelligent mind, George. Like you can figure things out. Like you can see patterns. You have a gift, I think, for recognizing patterns here. And somehow that gift that you have for pattern recognition is tied to something that you're supposed to do in the future. And then we have mastery. And this is where things get kind of ooey gooey for me. You know, you guys are coming together to teach people how to do this, ascension. So you and her at some point, if all goes well, because again, you have free will and she has free will. And even though you guys have a contract to come together, your free will is still at play. So there's no such thing as anything. There's no given in life, right? But if things turn out and unfold and you guys end up together, then you guys have an opportunity here to basically help people spiritually. It doesn't even have to be through the type of spiritual thing that most people think. Like it doesn't have to be like this, or it doesn't have to be even under the spiritual genre. What I mean when I say you help people spiritually is you help them understand who they are, understand their desires, understand their hopes, their wishes, their dreams, and basically whatever it is that you're good at, whatever your gifts and your calling is basically the intention is to help people basically wake up. That's the ascension here. I know it's hard to see. You can't really see, but essentially this is a stairwell going up into the clouds at the heavens. And down here, you can't see it, but it says ascension. But the intention of what you're here to do is to help people wake up and get them connected to their hopes, wishes, desires, and dreams. And essentially, at some point, George, you're going to become Master Yoda. You're basically going to be a Master Yoda. Not the kind of Master Yoda you think. You're probably not going to dress like a monk. You're probably not going to meditate. You probably, not going to sit in your room and meditate. You may not buy crystals. You may not burn incense. You may not do any of that stuff. But that doesn't mean that you're not being spiritual, and it doesn't mean that you're not being Master Yoda. What was Master Yoda's job? To do what? To teach the Jedis. The younger Jedis, the up-and-coming Jedis, right? He was the Master Jedi, and he was there to teach the younger Jedis. That's your job. And you and this woman have contracted together to basically teach people to become Jedis. More or less. Well, it seems that as long as you play your cards right, it seems that you very well could end up with her. I mean, the contract is there. So it's a very positive reading for you, man. Mom life. She's waiting for a cold front. Father is in Fort Lauderdale. Interesting. So my ex-wife is from Margate, and I met her in Coral Springs many years ago. So I'm all familiar with the South Florida life. They don't get too many cold fronts down that way. George, I'm going to drop my email in here really quick. I want you to keep me updated. Did I spell that right? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, George, tiny blonde like Margate. Yeah. My ex-wife, man, born and raised in Margate. I know all about the South Florida. But George, if you're still here, man, send me an email. Keep me updated as things progress. I would love to keep up with you, man, to hear about what happens. Tiny blonde Kelly. I'm gonna have to look at the screen. What does Spirit want me to know about my love life right now? The tiny blonde. All right, what does Spirit want me to know about my love life right now? Probably that you're hot. Thanks, George. Yeah, please do, man. Keep me updated. All right. You guys, I mean, Tiny looks hot as fuck. I said what I said. You're welcome in advance for the reading. Thanks for joining in and participating in the late night wonders of human innovation tarot reads. And I'm not even drinking tonight, guys. I didn't even bring my wine tonight. Don't be hating on black hair now. That's my first choice. I'm a sucker for an emo girl. Come here. Ooh. All right. Okay. You've got a G- Gene, you crack me up. Gene cracks me up. All I need to see is an emoji from Jean. That's it. She doesn't have to say anything, and I know what I know what she's thinking. Um. Okay. All right. So there's a few things going on here. Let's try to. I'm trying to unpack it, but there's also some other things. I feel like there's some other cards I should probably get, and I probably will, but I'm being overstimulated. All right. Yeah, we gotta go here. Where does it stop? I think it stops here. Like it legit went down this far. What? Okay. Anything else? Okay, no, that's it. Thank God. I was like, it wasn't that many cards, was it? No, it was. Okay. Okay. All right, well, it's story time. It's story time. Okay, the first thing I'm going to say, Kelly Clarkson. This card is the most important card. This card right here is your most important card. And I'm going to explain to you why in just a second. Well, actually, this card is really important, and then this one here is really important too. Fated Destiny. Not that they're not all important in their own respect, but the meat and potatoes, the nitty gritty behind your question is in these three cards. However, we have to go through a quick little. We got to go down memory lane here with you. We got to go through a couple things here. So, these top three cards have everything to do with what you're manifesting into your life. What the universe, God, source, universe, spirit, whatever you believe, wants you to know is, first of all, you have been playing really, really, really small. And I'm going to gently, very gently call you out in the most loving way possible. We have the superficial card. Now, wait. before you go, did that son of a bitch just call me superficial? No, I called you hot. And there's a difference between hot and superficial. Wait, let me explain. Let me explain. Let me explain. You've been playing small. And what I mean is this card and this card, these two cards right here, is Kelly trying to blend in a world that doesn't need her to blend in. This is Kelly needing to put the mask aside and stop covering up the unique spiritual being that she is, because you're not meant to blend in. You're not meant to be normal. You're not meant to be all the things. Not like that, at least. In other words, you know you have a gift. You know you have a gift. You know there's something inside of you that makes you different. You've known it your whole fucking life. And being one of those people, being somebody who can do this better than anybody, this right here, this mask thing, honey, I will beat you at this game all fucking day long. I am the master of this right here. I have 43 years of mastery at this shit. And I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of it at all. Because when I started to realize that the very reason that I was different, that I was kind of the alien in this world, so to speak, was when I started to find my freedom. The very things that I wanted people to accept me for, I wasn't giving them an opportunity to accept me for, because I wasn't willing to expose it, because I had preconceived judgments that I was projecting onto them, that no one would accept me like that. And the reason that I felt that no one would accept me like that is because I didn't accept myself like that. And so when I started to realize that my own lack of inner fulfillment, my own, how do I want to say it? Like, you can have connections with people, right? Friends, romance, lovers, partners, and still have this going on the whole time. And I don't mean it even in a bad way. I'm not even talking about like in a malicious, evil, or bad way. I'm just saying, like, sometimes we hide the parts of ourselves that we think people will reject. We want to be liked. We want to be likable. We want to be loved. We want to feel good enough. And so we, in an attempt to be accepted and be validated and feel worthy of love, we try to become what we think other people want us to be, so that we will get our needs met in that way. And to be completely honest, and to a certain extent, it works, because we can get some of our needs met, at least the surface level ones, right? Like, we can get our superficial needs met that way, but we'll never meet the needs of our soul, because our soul knows we're full of shit. Our soul is like, you can't lie to me. You can fake and pretend to people out there, but you can't be fake in here with me, because I am you. And there's no hiding from who we are. Like, you can't run and hide from your deepest true self, right? And so a second ago, when I playfully said I was calling you out, in a sense, it's like, that's kind of like the universe is simply saying, like, hey, it's time, Kelly. It's time. The time is now. Like, you understand it. You've mastered it too. So from one master mask wearer to another master mask wearer, you get it. You can play the game. You can wear the mask. You know what to do. You know how to act. You know the game. But you also know deep down inside of you, the same way that I knew, that it really is unfulfilling. Because how can anything be fulfilling when it requires us to betray who we truly are just to feel like we can get something? And it's something that we deserve. It's literally our birthright. We deserve the same amount of love that we see other people get. We deserve the same acceptance that other people get. It just seems like it comes so much easier for them because they're not one of us. And that's true. And that's why this card is here. You're looking around you going, why is it so easy for everybody else? And when I say easy, I'm not saying not that you couldn't go out and you couldn't get a representation of that thing. Like if you wanted to go out and you wanted to find a guy, you go out and get a guy. But just because you got the guy doesn't mean you're going to get the thing that you're looking over there. Those other people going, well, but they have the love. It's not just, there's literally, there's love here. Right? Those people are madly in love with each other. And I know that I don't have that. And it's like, how do I get that? And I'm just using an example, right? So the first part of your message, and I've got to go through some other things here, but the first part of your message is the acknowledgement of it's time for the real Kelly to please stand up, right? With the real Kelly, please stand up. It's your time, girl. It's your time. You've done the mask thing for far long enough. And I'm not going to lie to you, and I'm not going to tell you that it takes courage, it takes balls. And I get it, it takes ovaries too. Balls and ovaries, right? Because that's all ovaries are, is just balls turned inward, right? It takes courage to stand up and be true and authentic, to expose that thing inside of you that's different, right? But it's time. And so we're going to start here. And that's everything that I just said is tied to this. You came here with the gifts that you have because you're meant to help the collective. Kelly, if you don't let the gift inside of you come out of you, then the collective is suffering because you have that gift. I don't have that gift. Nobody else in chat has that gift. You have that gift. And we're waiting. The whole world is waiting for Kelly's gifts to come out, because without it, we're missing out on a blessing. We're missing out on the blessing of you, the real you, but we're also missing out on the blessing of the you that's meant to come out of you with whatever that thing is that we need, right? That's what this is saying. Now, next, divine masculine. You have a divine partner. You have a divine partner. This is your partner. This is the promise from the universe that the partner that you think doesn't exist actually does exist, and he will be yours. There is a man, legit. He might look like Brad Pitt from Troy. Maybe not. Don't know. But if he did, I probably wouldn't complain if I were you. But there's a guy who you're not going to have to wear the mask with, who's going to understand your calling. He's going to understand your gifts, and he's the real deal. And you're like, that guy doesn't exist. And the universe is like, bullshit. He does exist, and here he is. Here he is. Here's the promise right here, that the guy that you think doesn't exist exists. Now, if you think that I'm full of shit, and you think the universe is full of shit, well, here it is, synchronicity. You're being bombarded, whether you realize it or not. You're getting synchronicities all the time. You're getting synchronicities about two things. The first synchronicity that you're getting, whether you realize it or not, is about taking the mask off and letting the real Kelly come out and play with the rest of us, because we need that Kelly to show up and play with us, because the collective needs you. You're actually needed. Your gift is needed. Take the mask off. That's the first part of the synchronicities for you. The second synchronicity is about this man. The universe is telling you, no, he's coming. He's coming. But there's a but. He can't fully come to you yet. And here's why. Let's get over here to that card that I said was probably the most important card in your reading. Transition. You are still in a period of transition. right? So you still have a little ways to go to get up here to the light here. You're very close. Like, if this is a marathon, you got like, I don't know, 20 yards. You got 20 more yards and then you cross the finish line. Maybe less than that. Now, this guy is also in transition, but his path it can't be known. In other words, and I get it because I trust me. Like I get it, Kelly. You're like, ooh, so you're telling me about this guy I have synchronicities with, and you're telling me all about this guy. And what's the next thing you're going to want to know? You're going to ask, right? You're going to leave this reading. You're going to come back and go, well, tell me about the guy. Tell me about the guy. I want to know about the guy. And you get all excited because you want to know about the guy. And the universe is like, I'm not telling you. I'm giving you this. I'm giving you this much. And this is what you're going to be left with. There is a guy for you. I'm going to give you synchronicities. That's the puzzle pieces left for you to figure out. But I'm not going to tell you any more. Why? This is why. And I know it's hard. And I'm the same way, by the way. I'm telling on myself. Is because if we started focusing on this, on him, then you're taking your energy and attention off of this, which is what's more important. Because if you don't focus on this, then he's not going to come to you. And so the universe isn't going to sabotage you and go, oh, hey, I'm going to give you all this information so you can go off and start daydreaming about, the perfect man that the universe has in store for you. The universe would rather get the man to you and bring him to you instead of him just existing in your fantasy. And so the universe is like, hey, let's not get distracted with him. I just wanted to tell you that he's there. I got him wrapped up for you. I'm going to bring him to you. It's all going to have, you're going to have this guy. It's going to be great. But that's not the focus. To get there, we have to cross the finish line, right? We have to run that 10, 15, 20 yards that's left to get across the finish line. That's the transition, right? This needs to be the focus. Now, this brings us to all these cards down here. Because there are some things that, in addition to that you need to know that will assist you in making this happen a lot faster so that this can happen a lot faster so that this can happen a lot faster. You see how all this is working out? The universe is like Amazon. The universe is like, hey, I want to get you the guy. I want to bring the guy to you so then you and the guy can go off and start doing the things, the cool stuff. Lighting up the world, setting the world on fire, spreading your light, spreading your love, spreading your gift, getting into the spiritual essence of the life that you manifested and incarnated for. Right? So, and everybody, my mentor is here. Trudy, Soul Tribe Tarot is here. Everybody, please give it up for my dearest friend and mentor. She's actually the literal reason I'm here for you, just so you guys all know. If Trudy is still here watching. The whole reason that I'm here doing these cards is because of her. I got a reading from her 3.5 years ago. And she changed my life. So here I am doing this because she changed my life. So I just want a huge shout out to Trudy, if she's here, because I wouldn't be doing this if I had not met her. And she is a godsend to me. No, she's like, stop. It's true. It's literally true. Also, please go subscribe to her channel. She also does free live tarot readings. Her style is completely different, which is awesome because she actually gets through her readings. She actually gets through them all. She's absolutely fucking a master. Like, her gift is next level. Go subscribe to her channel. All the things. So, yeah, I just have to brag on my sister from another mister. She's absolutely amazing. Her channel is Soul Tribe Tarot. It's just right there with her name there. So just look her up, Soul Tribe Tarot. She was actually on earlier. She actually goes live a lot more than I do. But she's also, she's just more consistent than me. And she's the master. Like, she is the Obi-Wan Kenobi, Master Yoda. She's all the things. Go to her channel. I beg you. You will not regret it. Go to her channel, subscribe to her channel, get a reading from her. Like, actually, like, get like a legit reading from her too. Like I recommend, I go to her channel and I tell her people all the time, I'm like, you guys are getting like a 5-minute reading, man. Like, you're scratching the surface of what this woman could do for you, man. Pay for an actual fucking reading, get a full reading from her, and just watch, just get ready to be blown. Like, your whole mind will be blown. Your whole world will be transformed. Okay. So anyways, huge shout out to Trudy. I would not be here without her. Okay. Sorry about that, Kelly. All right. So back to the, he's like, I have a question today for you. So Kelly, so you getting all of this, the universe wants to bring you all of this, but there's a few things here, and some of them we've already gone over. We've talked about the mask. Time to take the mask off. We've talked about the superficial stuff. It's time to stop faking it till you make it. There's no reason to anymore. Now, you've been through some shit. I can see you've had your own rough go of it. We have the trauma card here. We have prisoner here. We have chaos, and we have endings. So, what you've been through, it matters, but it doesn't matter in the sense of like, we need to all know like what all it is, whether it was a heartbreak, whether it was childhood stuff, whether it was abuse, like, whatever that thing is that you would know what this trauma is. This trauma has created patterns, obviously, with the patterns card, that have affected your ability how do I want to say this? You've had enough trauma in your life to affect your ability to trust yourself. And so there were times when God starts the universe is trying to speak to you, but it becomes distorted because your ego gets involved, and then you start overthinking. And so it's like earlier when I was saying the real Kelly needs to come out, there are moments where you feel it. There's moments where I know that you're connecting to the universe, and you can feel it. It's profound, and it's right there, and you're like, oh my God, I feel it. And it's like this supernatural courage and power and self-esteem, and like, it's supernatural. Something supernatural is occurring. And it's almost like you go to like do the thing, to unleash the power, and then your ego pounces. Your ego pounces on you, and then you end up overthinking it all. And so then you backpedal. And then it's like that moment passes you by. And so then after this cycle repeating over and over and over and over again in your life, it's left you really kind of like paralyzed in a way, to where like you're not really sure what's your intuition and what's not your intuition. And then it's had a reverse effect to where it's like you thought you were listening to your intuition, and then you ended up in a bad situation. You're like, well, that clearly wasn't my intuition, because my intuition wouldn't have led me into a bad experience. So then you get really confused, and then you're like, well, fuck, I don't know what to believe anymore, right? So I sense that. So, and that's why this decisions card is here. This decisions card is tied to the overthinking. Everything that I just said about your ability to really trust your own thought processes, basically, right? And what that's done is that's created a lot of chaos in your life, but it's also attracted a lot of chaos to your life, because the internal, mental, spiritual chaos has manifested into external chaos. And this external chaos, whether you realize it or not, is actually a synchronicity trying to help you go back in to address the internal chaos that's creating all this external chaos that you don't understand where it comes from. Because, hey, I'm a really sweet, cute girl. Why? I'm not doing anything to anybody. Where's all this shit coming from? It's just a manifestation of that energy, because you're that powerful. You're literally that powerful, right? So, to get out of this prison, this mental prison, we have the wisdom card, we have mentorship, and we have leadership. And so, basically, the next step in your transformation and transition process is, I feel, to find somebody who can become a spiritual mentor for you. And it doesn't have to be somebody, I mean, it could be somebody literally, or it could be somebody that you just follow, but it's something that you'll know. It's like somebody you really resonate with, right? Like for me, it was Tony Robbins. Like when I was going through my spiritual transformation and my journey, the universe, I didn't go find him. He found me. The universe, like, hey, you're going to learn from this guy, Tony Robbins. My whole life changed. So you're meant to find whoever that person is for you. And what I feel that's going to do is you're going to start to learn their methodology. And then as you ingest that knowledge, you're going to learn more about yourself, but then you're also going to uncover things within you, and it's going to be like a marrying. So you're going to start to take certain things that you learn from them, and you're going to start to apply it to your own, like your own downloads. And it's going to be this kind of weird, like hodgepodge, like potluck dinner of like things that you learned from this person and your own experiences that you got from, that you downloaded from Spirit. And that's going to basically become your methodology, what you go out with and how you help people, right? Because this is you. You're the leader. Like, you know, we all have to take the role of the student before we become the master. But ultimately, when you complete this transition, what you're meant to do with this divine masculine is you guys are meant to be a force of leadership. You're meant to lead people, help people. What are you going to help them do? You're going to mentor them. You're going to teach them with your profound knowledge, because it's part of your destiny. All of this is your destiny. Destiny is happening for you here tonight. Why? Because we're moving into the age of Aquarius, and it's time for the spiritual uprising to begin. That's what this is. The Great Awakening. Pluto moving into Aquarius is the Great Awakening. And this marks not only the endings of other things that have needed to end for you, but this is the ending of this time in your life that you've outgrown. You've outgrown it. And that's why it can no longer, that's why the mask wearing and the superficial can't sustain you anymore. You've outgrown it. Sure, you can use your free will to choose to stay there, but you know better. You're too smart for that now. So, you know, the only choice is there is no choice. This is the only choice. It's to cross the finish line. With that 10, 15, 20 yards left before you cross the finish line. And as you do, the love that you desire, the life that you desire, who you really are, Kelly, versus who you think you are, is light years. You're like, you have a calling on your life that's, I mean, you could become like legitimately, I mean, you could become like a well-known person. You know, and I don't want to say like celebrity A-list famous, but like you can make a name for yourself. Like you would have a following. You could be well known enough to have a substantial following down the road. You know, when you get into this, and I think your story with this guy, whoever this guy is that the universe isn't going to tell me, The story about what's going to happen with this guy is going to be one to be told. And that's going to be part of what creates that following, is like, hey, here's my story, here's my life, here's all the shit that I went through. And then people are going to resonate with your story and be like, yeah, that's me. Her story is me. She's telling my story. We have the same story, but they're not going to be where you are, right? And that's why they're going to look up to you, and that's why they're going to trust you, because you're going to be real with. You're not going to wear the mask anymore. And they're going to be like, man, so she found the love of her life. She went through this and she went through that, and she found her spiritual calling, and she didn't wear the mask anymore. Yeah, she did. This is you, Kelly. I can't make this shit up. I mean, it's here. This is your evidence. This is your proof. Now is the time, my friend. This is your time. I'm not going to tell you that it's not going to take courage. I'm absolutely going to tell you it takes courage. It takes radical fucking courage. You know, every time I get on to do these readings, like the last time I got on, I was telling everybody, I'm nervous as hell when I get on here. You know, I'll never not be nervous when I get on to do these readings. I'll never not be nervous. But there's so much more at stake. There's so much more at stake than my nervousness. And I'm not going to hold myself back just because I have an uncomfortable feeling. I'm just not. There's too much life, you know. And I'm inspired every time by my friend Trudy. You know, she gets on and she's a badass. And I'm like, hey, you know, she inspires me. She's a leader to me. She goes out and she does the job. She serves the collective. I'm like, man, if she can do it, I can do it. And that's the beauty of finding your tribe, you know. And we're here, Kelly. This is your tribe. You are one of us. Welcome to the club. Okay, now I have to do no pressure, Eddie. Now you got to do a reading. Now you got to do a reading for your mentor. No pressure. What's coming up between now and Pluto in Aquarius? I'm going to do these. Oh, I love when it makes me shuffle and shuffle and shuffle and shuffle and shuffle and shuffle. Oh, there we go. Now, I just want to point out, look what card just came back. The Mask card just came back, and underneath the Prisoner. So as you can see, I'm just pointing this out. I haven't even got into the reading yet. I'm just pointing out that already a theme, one of the themes collectively for those who have a spiritual calling, the universe is going to be calling us all out and saying, hey guys, hey, time to take the mask off. The time, it's our coming out party. It's time for all of us to come out of the closet, right? We're no longer being held back anymore. With the Prisoner card here, the universe is saying, you're no longer being held back anymore. It's the time you're being it's like the universe is opening up the floodgates for all of us spiritual leaders and teachers and all of us weirdos or whatever you want to call yourself. It's opening the floodgates and saying, you know, it's like I'll use the scene in Braveheart. There's that famous scene in Braveheart where Mel Gibson is out on the battlefield and the enemies are running towards him. And he's telling everybody, he's like, hold, and they're getting closer and closer, and he's like, hold, and he's like having them like wait all the way to that last moment, and then he gives the go signal, right? That's what the universe has been doing. It's like, okay, wait for it, and then boom. Now the universe opens the floodgate and is like, go. It's time for you guys to go. Because look, underneath that we have leadership, and over here we have success. So for many of you all here, collectively, who resonate with anything that you heard even in Kelly's reading just a second ago, you're like, yeah, I feel like I have a spiritual calling, a spiritual gift. Well, you probably do. And you've been sitting wondering, like, if you know you can do it, or there's room for you, or is it lucrative? Like, and the answer is yes, because the success card is here. In other words, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. You remember the old Willy Wonka, and everybody gets the gold ticket to go to Willy Wonka land, right? Or they have to go through it to find the golden ticket, whatever. Everybody gets a golden ticket. Everybody that has the balls to take the mask off, to come out of the closet and embrace their spiritual authority, meaning just embrace your spiritual calling, you have success here. So whatever your needs are, financially, resources, people, you will be able to do this full time. Your spiritual calling comes with a covering. Let me say that again. Your spiritual calling comes with a covering, because the universe would never sign you up for something or ask you to do something without providing the resources for you to do it, right? Success is not just getting by. This isn't scraping for pennies. This isn't, oh my God, living from paycheck to paycheck. No, this is success. This is full-blown success. This is like the bank account is full. You got more than you need and then some. You got retirement. Your bills are more than covered. Like, you have excess. This is abundance, major abundance here, okay? Let me put these over here. Okay. So that was just that. We haven't even got to this. So we got the past here. We have karma, which is essentially the same as justice. And then we have sickness. So we're going to get into this in just a second. I can't make this shit up. I barely even touched the deck and this card flew out. And look what it says. Material and spiritual prosperity. Just in case you didn't hear it, let me say it a little louder for those in the back. Everything that I just said about this success card over here. If you question, if you doubt on any level that your calling, your spiritual gift can more than sustain you, more than feed you, more than give you the whatever lifestyle you want, the card is here saying it will, it can. But you have to set yourself free from anything, any type of resistance or doubt that it's possible for you to have a full-time spiritual calling that's fruitful and abundant. Can't even make that shit up. I have a deck over here that's screaming at me. But I feel like I got one or two more cards here. Yeah, there's one. Anything else? Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, so the next card out, we have spiritual strength. Now, the spiritual strength card is tied to the sickness. Okay? We have sickness, and we have spiritual strength. And then we have spiritual union. So again, going back to, and again, I'm just using Kelly's reading as an example because, you know, she's the one that I just did before this reading, and it's a good example to use. Many of you guys out there have divine unions. You have divine partnerships. Whether you call it a twin flame, whatever word you use, the relationship that you have with your partner is not just for romance. It's not just to white picket fence, get on the couch, pop out babies, and work your 9-to-5 job, retire and die, or be grandparents, right? You have a calling with that person. You and your partner are meant to link up to be spiritual leaders. Because as we move into the age of Aquarius, the divine masculine and the divine feminine roles are going to be, they're going to be renewed and they're going to be healed. We're coming out of this, we're moving out of this distorted, like in the 90s and the 80s, with even a little bit further back, well, actually way further back, we were in this distorted masculine energy. Everything was distorted masculine, distorted masculine. Well, now we've moved into distorted feminine. That's everything right now is distorted feminine energy, right? That's why we have all this weird shit going on, and I'm not even going to get into it, but it's distorted feminine. Well, all that, this sickness, part of the sickness, there's two energies attached to this card. One is the distorted energies, part of the sickness, right? And all of that's about to get cleared out by Pluto, because what Pluto does is essentially like the death card in tarot. Anything that is sick and can't thrive, it can't live, it has to die. But death is only illusion because energy can't be destroyed, right? Energy can't be created and can't be destroyed. It can only transform. It changes from one state to another. So this distorted energy is going to collapse in on itself and be reborn into healthy energy. And the healthy energy that it's being reborn into are these spiritual unions that are meant to re-teach us what it means to be a healthy divine masculine and healthy divine feminine. So there's a whole spiritual transformation happening in regards to our relationships coming up in the age of Aquarius. Now we have spiritual strength, which is tied to this sickness. The sickness is what we're going to call jet lag. Okay, and this stuff is coming to me right now. I have not heard these terminologies before. This is just flowing through me. Okay. So a lot of this shit that's coming out of my mouth is brand new information to me. Okay. I'm just saying, we have the sickness card. The second energy attached to sickness is spiritual jet lag. So in other words, as we move into this energy, this new Aquarius and Pluto energy, or Pluto and Aquarius energy, however you want to say it, there is going to be somewhat of a jet lag, right? It's gonna feel a little intense. It's gonna feel a little bit off. Like it's gonna fuck with you a little bit, right? But the universe is telling you this so that you don't misunderstand that the symptoms of moving into a new energetic frequency. In other words, to expect it, because if you don't know to expect it, you might misdiagnose it or misinterpret it as something that it's not, right? Like you go to the doctor and you're like, oh man, I got a stomach ache. Oh my God, you have cancer. No, it's not. Well, I got cancer. It's just a stomach ache. Oh my God, it's cancer. I just have a stomach ache. And then you walk down the hall. You walk down the hall and you fart, and then all of a sudden your stomach feels better. You're like, oh my God, my stomach feels great. I just had to fart. The doctor said I had cancer. It's not cancer. You just had to fart, right? That's kind of the heads up. It's like there's gonna be some jet lag. We're going to move, as highly sensitive and spiritual people, as we move into Aquarius energy, don't be shocked if you symptomize some things. Things feel a little bit off for a hot second. Don't worry about that, okay? So, here is the deck that was screaming at me. This deck is like, pick me up, pick me up, pick me up. Okay. Message of freedom. That one makes me feel emotional. Happiness. And I know there's one more. I know there's one more. Yeah, there it is. Reunion. So, oh, and at the bottom of the deck. The bottom of the deck is guide. Man, this makes me feel emotional. All right. There are so many people right now that are trapped. There are so many people right now that are trapped, they're stuck, and they're scared shitless. And for them, in their reality, it's very real. In their reality, it's very real. They feel stuck, they feel trapped, they feel scared, and they don't know. There's a vast majority of people who are losing hope. They know something is coming, but they don't know what it is, because it's our job. It's our job as the guides to show them. It's our job to give them, to send them the message of freedom that they've been crying out for. These people, their spirits and their souls are crying out for freedom, and they don't even know it. The only way that they know it is unconscious, and they're unconscious of it. They experience it even though they experience it unconscious. And they're experiencing it unconsciously by their hopelessness, their depression, their sadness, their medication, their checking out, like distracting themselves constantly. Think about it. A vast majority of the people in this world that are alive are seeking a virtual reality. They're seeking an escape from their reality. People do not like the reality that they live in. And they're so tuned out. They're so disconnected that they can't even see just how checked out they've become to their own reality. But their spirit, their soul knows the truth, and their soul is crying out. And that's why I feel emotional, is because they're begging for freedom. It's like the Egyptians. I'm not the Egyptians. The Israelites in the Old Testament that were slaves to Egypt. They were so used to being slaves, they didn't even know they needed to be freed. But God of the Old Testament heard their cries. And so what did God do? God went and got Moses and sent Moses to free them. Right? Because their soul, their spirits were crying out for freedom. Their spirits were crying out for freedom. And so God went and got Moses and was like, hey, I need you to go free my people. Because they're so lost in their own slavery that they don't even know. They've gotten so accustomed to their own slavery that they can't even hear the cry of their own souls. That's what's happening in our world right now. And what is the message of freedom? It's tied to their happiness. This is a powerful, powerful, beautiful opportunity for us as spiritual leaders. Whether you consider yourself a leader or not, it doesn't matter. If you have a spiritual gift and you're using it, you're a spiritual leader. But as the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. And so as we exercise our spiritual gifts, there's a responsibility that we have to use that gift, to use it the way that it was intended to use. And in some cases, it just means just do it imperfectly, right? And let the universe, let God source the universe, make calculations for any mistakes or errors that we make, because we're human, right? And it doesn't matter, because if I make a mistake and I say something wrong, then the universe will just find a way to make that mistake relevant to something else. That's the brilliance of the universe. It's like, I really can't fuck up. I really can't fail at this. The only way that I can fail or fuck up is just not doing the thing, by being irresponsible with the gift that I've been called to be responsible for. If that makes sense. So I'm being told to take a look at a couple of collective surrender cards here. And then I'm going to, I haven't forgot about this past card and this justice card, which is just karma. Because essentially what this is saying is, in order for us to embrace freedom, we have to let go of the past. And more than any other thing, in my opinion, that's probably one of the hardest things for any human being to do, is to actually let go of the past. Because as you know, our primal need as humans is certainty. And so we gain so much certainty from the past. That's where we live most of the time, because the past is known. It's the only thing we know. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. And that's unknown. So our brain's like, oh, I don't know it's unknown to me. I can't figure it out. I have no clue. Cool. Let's just go back to the past, because that I can relate to. But there is no future in the past. There is no future in the past. And we don't have a choice, because Pluto's moving into Aquarius, whether we like it or not. It's like, you're on this train, baby. You on a train. You going on this train, whether you want to be on a train or not. You on the ride. You get on that roller coaster, you get on, if you ever go to a theme park, you get on the roller coaster. Well, once you're on and that thing starts moving, too late. You had your chance to back out. Once that thing's gone, you're on. You're on for the ride, right? Well, unfortunately, this ride, we're all of us collectively are on this ride, right? So, surrender to effortlessness. Stop pushing so hard. The art of living means going with the flow instead of trying to force the river. And that's the exact opposite of being responsible with your gift, right? Is trying to force things out of fear, which, fear and desperation. Fear and desperation creates resistance, and you live in resistance, you create more resistance, right? The spiritual journey and the spiritual calling requires tolerance, a level of tolerance for your uncertainty. And the amount of fulfillment that you have doing this stuff, that we all have doing the spiritual journey, is directly tied to the amount of uncertainty that we can comfortably tolerate. How much uncertainty can you comfortably tolerate? Because that amount of uncertainty is the amount that you're actually going to allow the universe to collaborate and participate with you. Because what happens when I'm doing this stuff, like, I'm just the voice, I'm channeling. And the reason it feels awkward and the reason I have a little bit of anxiety when I do it is because there's this uncertainty here of where I have to let go and I have to allow the universe to come through me and say things that are outside of my control. It's a trust fall, basically. You know that game where you do the trust fall, someone stands behind you and you close your eyes and you just fall backwards and you're just trusting that they're going to catch you and not let you smack your head against the ground? That's what you're doing. It's a trust fall every time. That's why it's uncomfortable, because I'm making room, I'm making space, I'm setting I'm willfully using my choice, my free will, to set aside my ego to give that space and that room for the universe to come and participate with me. But it's uncomfortable because I don't know what the universe is going to do. I don't know what it's going to say. So there's this trust. It's this game of trust where I'm like, I have to trust the universe to show up for me, because if not, I'm fucked. Right? And so what ends up happening is when we try to force, the ego gets involved, and then we cock block our spiritual gift. Surrendering to effortlessness is surrendering to that level of uncertainty, but having trust that in that uncertainty that the universe is going to flow through you and show up for you, and that you're not going to just, they're not going to leave you on, leaving you making a fool for yourself. Or the universe is never going to lead you down a path that's going to ruin you or embarrass you. It's never going to lead you down a path to corruption or pain or desperation or loss or bankruptcy or whatever the fear is, right? But the ego gets involved because it's a sneaky little bastard, and it starts whispering, oh, you can't trust that. You can't trust that. Well, if you do that, that's impractical. Wait, the universe is telling you to go do this crazy thing? That makes no sense. That's the most illogical thing and the most illogical decision that you could ever make. Why the fuck would you do that? Because the universe is telling me to? Well, that's stupid, right? Like, yeah, sometimes you're letting go. I have no idea. The universe is telling me to do this. This is insane. It makes no freaking sense. But here I go. Trust fall. That's what we're being calling to do. Now, I'm holding this. I'm holding this card, and everything that just came out of my mouth, and I did not read what this card was. This second surrender card, I did not read what it was. Surrender your belief in scarcity. The universe is asking you to open to the infinite nature of abundance. In this way, you can remove blocks in your life and succeed beyond your wildest dreams. And you know why it's so hard? Because we look around and we go, well, I don't know, Eddie. I don't see any millionaire or billionaire psychics. I haven't met a millionaire tarot reader who it's like, well, you're right, because you're supposed to be the first one. What if you are? What if you're supposed to be the first millionaire who built a whole business off of it? I don't know, Colette Baron Reed. I don't think she's a millionaire, but I mean, she's clearly, she's made a living doing this, creating tarot cards, doing medium readings. I mean, I've heard her story. It's actually really incredible. Colette Baron Reed, who actually is one of the authors to a lot of the popular oracle cards. She has a crazy story. Like she came up in like addiction. She was like raped. I mean, she has a crazy past story of addictions and rape and all kinds of stuff she went through in her life. And she did massages for a living, and she would put her hands on people, and then dead people start talking to her. And so then she got that spark of courage and decided, well, she decided she was going to say what this dead relative was to this person she was giving a massage to. And that person's like, oh my God. And it turned into this whole conversation. And then she realized, like, wow, there really is something to this that could be very life-changing, because the message that she got from that person, the customer she was giving the massage to, the message that she got from the dead relative that she gave to her customer was very healing. And it transformed that person's life. Like, they needed that message because it meant everything to that person. It actually was something that ended up being very healing and therapeutic for that person. And so she realized that, wow, like, this is, if there's something good that can come from this weird thing that I've pushed myself away from my whole life, then maybe I should start doing it. And so, she started doing it more and more and more, and then it became a thing. And then she went on cruise ships, and then she would do live readings and stuff. Like, she called people, dead people come in talking to her, and she called people out. And then it turned into something more and more, and, turned into a whole big thing. And now, she does, I don't know how much of that she does now, but she doesn't have to. She's got a podcast. She's created oracle cards. She's living the dream. She's living with the love of her life. She's a well-known, famous, prominent figure in the spiritual community. Like, anything is possible when we surrender to that anything is possible. And in this case, I feel like it's a timing thing. And at the bottom of the deck, we have surrender to what is. Flow with what is instead of fighting it, which goes back to the effortlessness. Flow to what is instead of fighting it. When you can't change a situation, compassionately accepting it. When you can't change a situation, compassionately accepting it exactly as it is will bring you peace. So yeah, it's just saying, hey, we have to, it's the serenity prayer, knowing the difference between what we can control and what we can't control. And when there's things that are out of our control, not allowing it to rob us of our peace. So I'm going to get 3 last cards here for there's something here. Okay. Interesting. So we have justice. We have justice here, and we have justice up here. What this is saying, and I've never heard it said like this before. So we have justice, we have the 2 of Pentacles, and we have the Ace of Pentacles. This whole message right here with these cards is completely untraditional to what tarot says. Justice is holding the 2 of Pentacles. Here's the scales, but it's not the scales. The scales are these 2 of Pentacles. Justice is holding the Two of Pentacles. Well, justice is the truth. Justice is holding the infinite truth, the infinite opportunities connected to the infinite truth. That's why the Two Pentacles here are in the infinity symbol. And the Ace of Pentacles is just a representation of any basically any type of idea, inclination, creation, opportunity, anything that, because it's just the ace, it's just the culmination of it. Anything that can become manifest in the materialized world. So as you exercise spiritual truth, spiritual authority, justice, as you exercise this spiritual truth, the infinite possibilities and opportunities become available to you, because that's what Lady Justice is here to give you. She's handing you the Ace of Swords, which is unlimited knowledge, revelation, and truth, so that you can create infinite opportunities of tangible whatever, as long as, and so far as, what you choose and what you do are tied to that spiritual truth, your spiritual calling, but will also benefit the collective in regards to your spiritual calling. In other words, as long as you stay true to your spiritual calling, whatever it is that you desire will not only mutually benefit you, but it's going to mutually benefit the collective as well. So another way of saying it is, don't make it about you. If you focus on sheerly the money itself, or sheerly the scarcity, or sheerly the finances, sheerly the security, then it's like you've missed the point. The universe is saying you need to think bigger. You are part of the collective. When you focus on the collective, you're also focusing on you, because you're part of the collective. And as you focus on the collective, while you trust me, I'm going to give you all the revelations you need, the sword of truth. All information is available through me. I'm the one who gives it. And as a result, you get access to the infinite opportunities that are attached to the infinite knowledge that I give you. You need something? I'll give you the download for it. Here it is. Here's the pinnacle. You need something. You need money. You need something. You need an idea. You need a course. You need a job idea. You need whatever it is, whatever idea that you need to be able to create resources for yourself, as long as you're also focusing on the collective. When you inquire about that thing, as long as it's for the collective too, then the universe is going to give it to you. You're going to get the knowledge and information. But then comes the actionable part, which is implied. It's not in a card. It's just implied. It's like, yeah, you get the downloads all day long. People, I've heard someone say everybody gets $1 million idea at least once in their life. Question is, what did you do with it? Right? Everybody gets $1 million idea at least once in their life. So what are we doing? So once we get the download and we have that pinnacle, it's time for us to put it into action. And then it's infinite, right? So hopefully that made sense. And that's for everybody, by the way. This is for everybody, but especially for those of us who are in positions or feel called to be in some form of spiritual leadership, And again, leadership isn't always what we think it is. It's not having a title. It's not being above somebody. It's not telling people what to do. It's not about that. It's just you inspiring people with what you have, right? That's what a leader does. A leader inspires people into becoming something greater and better than they were before. So that was a mouthful. I'm going to have to go back and completely rewatch that, because as I was saying it, there was so much that I was trying to mentally process in my own way as if I were a listener. So I'm going to have to go back and re-listen to that. So basically, that was a reading for me. I love when that happens. I love when you guys ask questions and then it just turns out to be something I'm like, ooh, man, this is so me. Ooh. Try not to let these cards go all over the floor. All right, who we got left? Kelly's like, I'm falling asleep. It's like, yay. Every single one of you guys will be asleep by the end of this thing. Every one of you guys will be asleep by the end of this thing. Believe you me, you're going to be asleep. That's when I know I'm done. I'm like, who else is here? Whole chat, quiet. Everyone's asleep, man. Yeah, actually, it's I won't be on too much longer either. I actually have to get up and pick my cousin up from the airport. I actually started vacation this week, and I'm gonna be in the mountains tomorrow. Going to the mountains tomorrow with my family, but I'll try to. I'll be on for a little longer though. Mom lives. I'm here. Yeah, I'll still be getting to some of you guys for sure. Brandy, you just said okay. All right, so if Brandy donated, then Brandy, you will be next. Gene, I love you to death. Gene, send me an email with a question or questions, whatever you got, and I'll do a reading for you offline, Gene. I know I have your email because I know you've sent it to me before, but yeah, just email me. I'll just drop it in the chat real quick. Yeah, send me an email, Gene, and I'll with some questions or whatever you need. Gotta take care of my mod. And while Brandy gets her question typed out, give me like 2 seconds. I'm gonna just go take a quick pee before my bladder explodes, and then we will forge on. Sorry about that, guys. My bladder was about to explode. All right, let's see. Thank you so much, Gene. Have a good night, my friend. I will send me an email, Gene. Get some sleep. I appreciate you more than you could possibly know. Okay. You read my cards on your last live, and it was awesome reading, and I have been getting downloads and talking to Source more. My gifts are coming in stronger, like you said about channeling. That's badass. That's what I like to hear. That's the kind of updates I like to hear, Brandy. Okay, so you're just looking for a general reading. Good night, Jean. I don't know if I don't know what your relationship status is, Brandy, but like I'm getting like I'm getting like love vibes for some reason. I'm getting romance vibes about something. I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens, but I'm just before I'm even pulling cards, I'm getting romance vibes about something. Whoa. Okay. I'll read the cards too in just a second. So you have confirmation here. This card, I mean, it says a few things, but it's about your spiritual calling. And it's so interesting to me because on the card itself, I mean, it says Michael and Faith, and then at the bottom it says divine protection and a breakthrough moment, and it says spiritual calling. But it's interesting to me because everything that I just said a minute ago in the previous reading about the spiritual unions and how people are coming together, it's like people who have soul contracts. They're not just coming up in the age of Aquarius. We're moving into, it's not going to be just about romance. It's like it's more important than that. I mean, of course, that's part of it. Yeah, you're with somebody, you have a spiritual calling with that person, love, romance, all that's part of it. But it's interesting to me because there's a man and a woman on here, so it's like, and it's a spiritual calling. So I feel like that applies to you. And again, I don't know anything about your relationship status, but I feel like you're meant to partner up with somebody and kind of go on this mission with them. So inner learning, follow your heart, truth prevails. It looks like somebody from it looks like somebody from Dragon Ball Z. I don't know. Random thought. Then we have Bridget, inner fire, let your passion lead you to your purpose. So again, more about your spiritual calling. Oh, we have the man himself. We got Jesus over here, everybody. Well, they kind of got him right. Like, he's not white. He's not white American Jesus. He's, actually looks probably a little bit more Middle Eastern. This says acts of service. When you serve, the universe serves you. So yeah, I think these are just like confirmation, kind of like confirmation cards. I'm getting like you're on the right path. These cards are really just kind of like saying, hey, you're on the right path here. And then look, can't make this up. At the bottom of the deck, it says Commander Ashtar, leadership activation, time to evolve, trust in your ability to guide others. Yeah, everything that I said in the previous reading applies to you. You're a spiritual leader. And so this is, again, this is like just confirmation here. And the good part about this sometimes is it just gives me, it helps me understand kind of like, it starts to paint a picture for me is what I'm trying to say. So this card, and I'll show it to you in a second, it says the divine self. It says intuition, balance, connection, and spirit. So yeah, I mean, whatever you've been doing, like whatever work you've been doing, I mean, obviously it's paying off. Like you're tapping into something. Like you're definitely leveling up. It's coming through in the cards quite clearly. You're on track for sure. I got to get the one that just fell on the floor here. I do feel like there's some things that Spirit wants you to know, obviously, but in a sense, I feel like this is almost kind of like a almost like a check-in. Like the universe is like giving you like a checkup, kind of like, hey, like almost like a progress report, sort of. So the next card we have is self-respect and worthiness. It says self-worth, affirmations, independent, and motivated. And kind of a cool card. She's looking in the mirror and there's all these positive affirmations written on the mirror. And I'm actually being told for you to maybe do something similar. Like maybe literally do something similar. Like get some Post-it notes or maybe get some, whatever that, I don't know, I guess dry erase, whatever you can write on the glass that's not permanent, and literally write some powerful affirmations on your mirror, so when you go in there you see it. Have confidence, strength, balance, prepared, and tranquil. And this is obviously tied to the self-worth and self-respect, which is tied to the divine self. So you can see there's a little bit of a pattern that's happening here. Your desires are within reach, the bottom of the deck. Actually, I'm gonna get one more, just because I don't want that gap. I don't want that gap there. I think I gotta get one more to make it even. There we go. This card says, "Be the real you," but it did kind of come out in reverse. And in reversed, it says trapped, shallowness, conformity, or closeted. Which, that's been one of the themes tonight, if I had to say. And at the bottom of the deck, we have emotions, healing, devotion, and integrated. And it says Uriel on it. So, anyways, one of the themes that's been coming out a lot tonight that I've spent a lot of time talking about, because, well, not me, but the messages that have been coming through, again, have a lot to do with it's time for us to come out of the closet spiritually. In fact, I would say most of the messages that have come out tonight have been about spiritual leadership, coming out of the closet, embracing oneself, those of us who have been spiritually in the closet or suppressing our spiritual gifts for quite some time, it's been a long time coming, but nevertheless, the time has come, because now we're moving into the time for which we incarnated to actually start doing the work. You know, some people have started much earlier, but for those of us who haven't really officially started yet, and even like what I'm doing right now isn't technically officially starting. It's just kind of like me getting my feet wet. But, you know, we are like at the door now. Like we are literally foot's at the threshold, because, you know, the way that it was given to me just in my own personal life, when I'm, you know, connecting to the divine and getting my own personal downloads, you know, there's a whole gamut of new souls that have incarnated. They're clearly in their bodies now, as well as a whole bunch of new souls that have waited for this specific moment to incarnate. In other words, there are brand new souls that have never had a human experience that were waiting for the age of Aquarius, because it is the Aquarius energy that we're moving into that they wanted to come in and experience. They didn't want to experience the other 11 zodiacal energies, which is a whole other thing that I won't get into about how all that works. And 12 is a very important number. However, you know, they waited for the Aquarius energy to come into play. Well, now we're moving into the energy, so now we're going to have this whole brand new group of brand new souls that are going to start incarnating, and basically, you know, we're the people who are going to have to basically hand them the torch, pass the baton to them, so to speak, and teach them things, you know. And so, because that's how all cycles transit. You know, most of the old stuff from the old cycle dies and is left behind, but there are fragments and pieces of the old cycle that are meant to go into the new cycle, right? And so we're those people. Like, we're meant to kind of be the filters and weed out all the crap that doesn't need to move forward, while receiving the new revelations that we're meant to hand to them as sort of like their blueprint. You know, it's like, here's the blueprint. You guys will take this and you guys will build upon it and go places that will far transcend and exceed our lifetimes, right? But it's a very, at least at this stage, because we're just entering this new cycle, the energy is still a little bit turbulent. And it's going to take time to settle. So, you know, maybe by, and I'm just guessing, by, you know, 2050, like the energy will be more or less completely Aquarius at that point. But the bleed out, or the bleeding into, from a Capricorn, which we just came out of, Pluto moving out of Capricorn into Aquarius, there's this energetic kind of fizzling out. The Capricorn energy is still fizzling out, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And again, that's a whole other thing, but my intention in saying it is that a lot of us are coming to this full spiritual awareness. We're being pushed now by the universe, you know, jump-started, you know, and it's a lot more intense of a push than maybe it was in the past years, where we could kind of get by. Like, yeah, I'm in the closet. I'm a closet spiritual person, whatever. And the universe is like, okay, you know, that's fine. But, you know, now it's time to, like, got to kick you out of the nest, basically. Like, hey, it's time to wake up. It's time to get going. And that's for everybody, not just you, not just me. It's for everybody spiritually. So, I thought I had this other decks over here. So, all right. So what specifically, besides your progress report, and your progress report is good, by the way. Your report card is A++ by the universe. The only really thing, and it's not really a thing, but this one right here was the only thing, and it's again, it's all tied here, right? Like this whole sequence here is one continuous statement, right? Like, there's still a little bit of insecurity here with, you know, a little uncertainty, and that's just because, you know, it's new and there's a little bit of lack of confidence. And then, there could have been other old things, paradigms, patterns and things that are bleed, you know, I can't put the word I'm trying to think of, like just scraps basically of things that are still attached to your energy in terms of just your feeling of like self-worth, self-respect, or just your confidence, right? And that stuff is overcome in time, right? It's not about perfection, it's just about progress. But where we achieve confidence is by doing the things that are often kind of scary, right? Like me getting on here and doing this. It's never not scary when I get on here and do this. And that's just me being real. I just get on here and I'm like, all right, this is what I feel. This is what I think the universe is saying. This is my interpretation of what I think these cards are saying, the energies and all the things. I have no certainty other than those, the people who comment and tell me, and respond to the reading. That's the only feedback that I get. And even then it's scary because, I'm human, and who wants to be wrong? Who wants to come out here and do a reading for somebody and they're like, that whole reading was completely off. It was wrong. It was shit. You know what I mean? Like, nobody would want to do that. So, I don't want to say that I'll always be afraid. Maybe one day I'll be completely fearless when I do it. I don't want to doom myself to saying that I'll be afraid forever when I do something like this. But right now, that's my reality. But I'm just not going to let it stop me. Because, again, there's too much at stake for me to allow this to stop me. And I know it's got one more. Okay, it's got two more. There it is. I see. I knew. All right. I'm checking the chat now, just really quick. Okay, let me just go up really quick. I've been doing the work. Well, I hope my boyfriend, 4 years today, but he forgot. I'm very spiritual. He is not. He's open to it. Been in a relationship for 4 years. I work with St. Bridge and Michael. Awesome. Yeah, it's pretty good information. Energy cards. Deck, what's the name of that? Hold on. I love that deck. What is it? And right on the mirror. Okay, I do. Which deck are you talking about? The one in the middle here? What is the second row of cards called? Okay, that one. Yeah. I knew there was something about partnership, by the way. I felt that. And there's that partnership card. Let me put this one up here. This second deck is... Oh, man, it's... What is this one called? Hold on one sec. Let me grab the book really quick. It's right behind me. And it has the name of the deck. Okay, so this deck, the second deck here, is called Angels and Auras Oracle by Radley Valentine. Angels and Auras. Yeah, Divine Self. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't crazy that I was I got the right one. So this is the one. Okay, so there is something here about. I feel like you've been toying or wrestling maybe with the idea about kind of where to go next. Maybe like I don't know if you've been tossing around some ideas about either something you could add to what you do or maybe just changing what you do altogether and just going in a completely different direction. We get the back and forth energy here. And I do feel that it's tied to it's tied to your career. I could be wrong about that, but I'm getting that it's tied to your career. Now over here we have professional assistants is the next card, and I feel like this is kind of more. I mean, I feel like obviously that it could apply to what you're already doing, but I do feel like this is like maybe you've been considering something else. It's still probably maybe in the ballpark. Like you'll still use some of the same talents, gifts, strategies, like whatever you do, Reiki, like you'll still use those things, but I feel like you're maybe wanting it to become something like you're maybe wanting to do something different or turn it into something else or use it in a different capacity. I'm not really sure, but there is something here with the professional assistants that I do feel it's tied to a career related thing, like an idea. I don't think it's what you're doing now. I think it's tied to something that you could potentially do or maybe want to do, or maybe you'd be good at doing even if you didn't know that you'd be good at it, which again would tie into all of this spiritual, the spiritual leadership part of it. Because what I'm getting from this, Brandy, what I'm getting from this is the universe is starting to want to push you a little bit. The universe is really wanting to start to push you a little bit. It's and I don't want to say it's like a forceful thing by any means. I mean, obviously we have free will, but it is a direct kind of, it is a very direct message. It's like, hey, tell her it's time to go for it. Like it's, take the risk, believe in yourself, whatever that idea is. Like, and I'm not saying like quit your day job and just go for broke and like not, I'm not telling you to do something crazy or irrational, right? Like go quit your job tomorrow and I'm just going to go out and try to like start something from scratch, like unless you had some kind of major download, dream, revelation, synchronicity, or something profound that was telling you, okay, yeah, definitely go make some radical leap of faith. Some people do have that happen to them, but what I'm saying is it's not, that's not the message I'm getting. The message isn't just quit your job and go for broke tomorrow, but it is more of like a be more courageous than you're being, like, because right now, and I'm going to come back to this kindred. I'm going to come back to this partnership card because there was a message there all the way at the beginning of this reading for you. But I don't want to lose my train of thought. You have the status quo. And so the status quo is also tied to you, being stuck in your comfort zone, right? And nothing changes until we change it. And we can think ourselves in circles to death and nothing will ever change because we just never actually went and did the thing. And so the universe is really, 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 really emphasizing for you to start believing in yourself, to start making those moves and start moving in that direction because, you're not meant to be a bartender, obviously. I mean, there's nothing wrong with bartenders, but, the world's missing out on Brandy, the spiritual leader, more than they're missing out on Brandy, the bartender. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that there may not be people who would miss you. I mean, if you're a bartender, I'm sure you have regulars. So, like, oh, where did Brandy go? But more importantly than the regulars at the bar that you bartend for are the people out here that need the Brandy as the spiritual leader that you are, right? And so then we have this discovery here. And so there's something here There's a few things really, I think, attached to this card, but there's something here that the universe is wanting you to find within yourself. That's the first thing. There's this treasure, there's this thing within you that you haven't fully tapped into, and I feel like that's why you haven't felt the full range of confidence that you would have if you tapped into that thing, because you'd be like, oh wow, I can do this thing at this level. Well, that's a game changer, right? Because we get into the trap of the comparison trap, where you're comparing yourself to other people who might do something similar to you, and you don't see they're not doing really that well or that great, or they're not doing it the way that you think, and you haven't seen anybody that's doing it the way that you envision it, so you think that maybe it can't be done. I'm not saying that's literally what you're thinking. I'm just giving that as a potential idea of what that thought process might look like within you, right? That could be the mental chaos or the mental storm that you're going through when you navigate the whole confidence thing, right? And so this discovery card is saying, hey, when you start to go within you, you're going to find this thing, this treasure, this gift, this gold that's going to give you the confidence to believe that this thing that you have can actually serve, create, inspire, heal, whatever that thing is. It can actually do what it can do, and it's actually valuable enough to where people would want it, and they're willing to actually pay you for it. So then you can actually do it full time and not have to do it on the side. Because essentially that's really what the name of this game is, right? Like, in order for you to be able to do this thing that you love, in reality, it's got to pay the bills. And the universe knows that. And the universe is saying, hey, I want you to find and see and realize that this thing that you have is in fact valuable enough for you to do it full time, and it will actually pay your bills and then some. Because I feel like that's a huge block for a lot of people right now. A lot of people who know that they're spiritually gifted, even people that don't struggle with any type of confidence, like they just know that they got it. They're super confident. Good for them. They believe, but their barrier is, yeah, but I can't do it full time. I have to work my job and I have to do it on the side, right? Kind of like what I'm doing. Like I don't do this full time. I have a day job. And so I'm preaching to myself because I haven't completely put together the piece. I'm at the same place you are, by the way. This card, and it's clicking to me. The universe is poking me in the face as I'm saying all these things to you. The universe is going, hey, that's your message too, dude. Because I'm in the same place where I'm having to figure out, like, okay, what is my delivery mechanism for this thing inside of me that people need, and I know they need it, and I know it's valuable, but how do I organize it into something that they're willing to pay for in enough of a way to where I can just do this full time? And that's where I'm at. I'm at that figuring it out stage. So I'm at the same place you are, and it's just a persistence thing. It's like the universe is, it's there, it's giving it to us, but it's not giving it to us on a silver platter, because part of us finding it and discovering it is also the effort required to tap into our confidence, because when you have had to work for something, you value it more. And if the universe just gives everything to us on a silver platter, then we take it for granted. We didn't have to. And I hate to use this word in this, or this saying in this way, because it's not exactly like this, but it's like we didn't have to suffer for it. You know what I mean? Like we didn't have to actually, press in for it. We didn't have to actually pay for it, energetically speaking, or, prove that it was valuable enough to us to go find. And there is something to that. And in my experience of the spiritual journey, the universe will absolutely say, hey, I'm here to give you whatever you want, but you're going to come look for it. Like the universe, there's something about it. Like 90% of the time, the universe is like, you're going to have to be the one to go look for it. 10% of the time, the universe gives you a freebie, right? It's not very often, at least in the spiritual discovery, the spiritual path of maybe a spiritual leader, which we all are. So there is something here, but there's also a promise here. Okay. So the other part of this energy is a promise. And the promise is this man, he's found gold. Okay. He's found gold there and he's found gold here. And he's out here and it looks like he's sitting in a pond or a stream or something. And he's got one of those little siphon things, right? And he's found treasure. He's found gold. And so the universe is saying that I will take care of you. as long as you mean business, as long as this is what you really want, and you really want to take on this journey, and you want to take this journey as serious as, your soul contract signed you up for when you came into this life, then I will provide for you. But there is a level of trust, and there is a level of uncertainty, because the status quo, that comfortable life, that secure paycheck, is very tempting to hold on to, because you're being called to step into an unknown territory, trusting into a force that you can't see or interact with like a real human being. There's so many variables that bring uncertainty into the picture for you, right? So let's go over here to this partnership thing, because there's something. I mean, that was the first thing that even hit me in all of this for you, was this partnership thing, something about romance. So what's this all about? Why is this kindred partnership here? And why did you make me wait until now to talk about it? The universe is like, we got to get down to business before we talk about pleasure. Okay. You been with this guy for 4 years? You've been with this guy for 4 years? I'm just going to say I think you and this guy might have some kids. You're like, I'm on birth control, this, that, I can't have kids. I don't know, man. I see kids. I'm going to dive off the cliff. I'm going to dive off the cliff and go with my hunch. I'm going to dive off the cliff with my hunch. If you don't have kids, you're going to have kids. If you do have kids, then your kids are an important part of what it is you guys are. There's something that you guys are going to start. I don't know. There's something. If you have kids, there's something you're going to be focusing on with your kids. All right. You have the zodiac. Now, the zodiac here is just essentially saying, hey, you got to pay attention to the things that are happening in terms of astrology or your zodiac, your personal chart, or the journal. And so, this is super easy. I know what this is all about. This card is also repeating the message I already said, which is, hey, we're moving into the age of Aquarius. Hey, you have a lot of young new souls that are coming into, they're coming into bodies. They're incarnating in Aquarius energy. So that's a repeat message. But there's also something saying here that there is I don't know. I'm not an astrologer, but the timing for children, astrologically speaking, I don't know. Maybe it's like a very fertile time in astrology. And I don't know how you would check that. I don't know enough about astrology to know, but I would have to imagine or assume that just based on all the things that astrology can tell you, I would have to assume that there's probably something in there that would tell you that, hey, this time, there's a certain time or a certain cycle when, children are more likely in your chart than not. Okay. And then the overthinking card came out in reverse. So it's just saying don't overthink things, and also applauding you for getting better about not overthinking. Also, check this out. He doesn't have any, but I do hope I will not die if I have any more. So we just bought a house together. I have 2 kids already. Okay, so you already have kids already. Okay. So this is what's cool. So if you and that's cool if you have, but we have contract, and this came out earlier for another guy that was here, George. This is at the split of the deck, by the way. So where the deck split in my hands when that last card came out, we have contract and we have soul contract. So I feel that if you've been wondering, like, if your relationship with your boyfriend, and I feel like it's him, you know, I feel 90% sure that it's him. You know, I have to leave some room for error there, 10% margin of error that I'm wrong, which, you know, it's not impossible, obviously. I'm human, but I do feel like the guy that you're with, you do have a soul contract with him. So that's like you literally contracted with him to come into this life and meet at this time. Then you have the normal contract card. Now underneath soul contract, you have loss and you have delays. And underneath here you have fortress and you have leadership. So that loss card feels like a metaphor for a setback. And I don't know what it's tied to. I feel like it could be something tied to him. And I think there could have been some type of uncertainty with you guys about maybe your future or how serious it's going to get, you know, or is he going to, like, you know, I don't know exactly. Obviously I'm not you, but if there's been any type of, like, because if you've been with this guy for 4 years, like, is this guy, like, he's just my boyfriend, but is he really going to, like, are we going to become something one day? Is, like, he actually going to want to marry one day? Are we going to want to get, like, committed with each other? Or is it just always going to be out here in kind of like limbo land where he's just boyfriend, girlfriend? What I think this is saying, all that to say, is I do think this guy, he's going to commit to you. I do think eventually he is going to want to build a family. I do think that the universe is saying, hey, you know, when it comes to your relationship, or it comes to him, or it comes to wondering if he's going to come around and commit to you, you know, don't worry about it. That's why the overthinking card's in reverse, you know, because maybe there's been some uncertainty. Like, we've been together for 4 years. Like, are we going to, like, are we full blown going to be, like, a thing now? Or are we just going to keep it out here in boyfriend, girlfriend land for 4 more years? Like, what's going to go, what's happening here? You know? And so the universe is saying, you have a soul contract with this guy. I do think it is going to evolve into a serious, like, more serious. I do think that you guys could actually end up getting full blown married. The fortress energy here is about security and stability. So that's good. It's saying, hey, yeah, you know, like, this dude's going to be in it for the long haul, I think. So if you've been worried if he's going to be in it for the long haul, I do think he's in it for the long haul. You guys have a soul contract. This loss has to do with other things, I think, that predate guys have wanted to have together, basically. If it wasn't one thing, it was always something else, right? And I do think that maybe there were times where there was uncertainty between the two of you guys that, you know, because all relationships have moments where there's moments of uncertainty where you weren't sure, you know? And so, yeah, I think he's going to, he's definitely going to commit. You just need to stop overthinking it, because when you overthink it, it puts pressure on him, and then that makes him feel like controlled or pressure, like, oh my God. And that's what gives him the cold feet. And it's not cold feet where I think that he actually would be done with you, but he just has that sensitivity where it's just like, he just does not want to feel obligated or pressured in a way. So I think the more that you can just allow him to just be without that pressure, and the more that you focus on yourself, is the more you're actually calling out the spiritual nature in him. Because what's going to happen, this soul contract is going all the way back to the beginning of this reading, which I said before I even started pulling cards. I said, there's something about your relationship, I don't know what it is. And then the first card that came out was this card, and there were 2 people on it. And I'm like, oh, there's a guy and a girl. Okay. You know, But the card wasn't very revealing in what that meant. It's like, okay, I don't know. So we got all the way down here, and there was kindred partnership. Like there it is again. What's this about? So what I think the universe is telling you is he is going to come around. He is going to come around. Your boyfriend, he's going to come around, and I think that as he starts to see you taking these courageous steps, as he sees you being your authentic self and facing your fears and doing all these things, it's gonna have an awakening effect on him because you're soul contracted to him. So the more you become awakened, the byproduct is he can't help but not start to feel the awakening effect. So I think eventually what's going to happen is he's going to end up going through a spiritual awakening, and you guys are going to team up because there's something you guys need to do. Because he's a part of this. We got 2 people here, and we have 2 people here. 2 people here, 2 people here. And a soul contract. Infinity symbol, 2 people there. Implied in the infinity symbol. It's not 1 person, it's 2 people. So while, yes, the majority of this reading is, independently directed towards you, there's a whole other part of this reading where he's implied in it to some degree. Okay. So I had this one last, and then I pulled this deck out, and I know that I did on purpose. So there's obviously some card or some message in this that wants to come out for you. And they're not, the messages on this deck are pretty straightforward. Okay, yeah. You can't make this shit up. No need to worry. So whatever that thing is, what's been eating you up, no need to worry. Overthinking in reverse, and no need to worry. The universe is like, hey girl, Brandy, girl, I got you, girl. Shoo, girl, I got you. You gotta worry about nothing, girl. You ain't gotta worry about nothing. Look, man, you got Jesus on your side, girl. Come on. You got Jesus Christ himself. Got your back. Jesus take the wheel. Jesus got your back, girl. You ain't worried about nothing when Jesus got your back. Come on. Man, he's the savior of the world. I feel like I got one more. One more in here. There's one more. I know there is. I can feel it. I got one more. I can feel it. I can feel it. Come on. I know you. There you are. Interesting. Within the next few weeks. So I don't know what that means. I literally the universe is like, I'm just gonna throw a random time out there at you within the next few weeks. I have no clue. What does the bottom say? This is why I have no clue. The universe is like it's just so funny. Like when the universe is talking, it's like there. I can feel it. It's like the minute the faucet turns off, I'm like deer in the headlights. I'm like, I got nothing. I had nothing to say. But here it is. Look for a sign. This is why I had nothing to say. The universe is like, nah, I'm going to surprise her. Within the next few weeks, between now and whatever the next few weeks, keep your eye out for a sign. Easter egg hunt. And the universe does this to teach us things, keep us tapped and tuned into our intuition, our spiritual gifts, keeps all that stuff active. But sometimes the universe just wants to throw us a bone and give us a gift and wants us to be surprised, And that's kind of what I feel. I feel because you did good, you did your homework, you got good grades on your report card, the universe is going to give you a gold star, a cookie, and a treat. And you just got to look for a sign. So the universe is going to send you a little hookup of something. Interesting. It could even be maybe something at your job, but I don't think you're gonna. I think you're gonna forget. You're not gonna remember that I said this. When it happens, you're not gonna remember that I said this. But then when it happens, you're gonna be like, oh my god, he said that thing. Something. So I could be wrong about it, but I'm getting like bartender vibes. Like you're gonna be at work and you're gonna be like in the zone, just making drinks, doing all the things, bartending is legit, especially if you work at a busy bar. I mean, you're just like go mode, right? You don't have time to think sometimes. Um, something. It's good. I know it's a blessing. It's a good thing. Whatever this is, it's a blessing, and I'll be very interested to hear about what it is. When it happens, when you come back, I'll be very interested to hear what that surprise was. So, my friend, you are kicking ass. You're taking names. You're doing all the things, which is amazing because a lot of times, if I'm going to be honest, people who get readings, they come back, and they're asking for updates and things like that. Which there's no, whatever. There's nothing wrong with asking for an update, but I can tell, it's like, well, what were you doing? You had a responsibility in getting an outcome here. What were you doing? And most people, they're not doing as much as they probably could to help the universe get them the things that they're desiring. And I'll just put it that way, right? But you, on the other hand, you're a go-getter. You're definitely a go-getter. Because all this proves that, you take it serious and you go after it. You're a go-getter, and you're not fucking around, and that's badass. That is badass. If you were here, like if you were literally like within like physically here, I'd just give this deck to you right now. I would genuinely just give this to you as a gift, just a token of, I think you're badass. She's like, mail it to me. Okay. Send me your address. I'll mail it to you. I'll send it to you. You have to email me your address, and I'll mail it to you. I appreciate you, Brandon. You're amazing. Okay. Where are we at? All right, I got a few minutes before I got to go to bed because I got to pick somebody up from the airport in the morning. But I got a few minutes. I can message you on paper. Well, here, let me give you my email. And you can screenshot it or just or whatever. You can just send me an email. People do it all the time. I actually enjoy it. Like, send me an email. I love getting feedback, getting updates from people that I do readings for, because this, to me, it's I know I'm not meeting you in person, but it is personal. Like, this is a pretty personal exchange. And then, I make friends on here all the time, and I just love hearing what's going on in your guys' lives. This for me is a lot more, like I say, I know I'm like a broken record repeating myself, but this to me is a lot more than just mindless tarot readings. And I don't get on here because I'm trying to be a YouTuber or whatever. I come here to connect with people and to help do my part in serving the collective and my brothers and sisters out there. People, we're all Soul Tribe, and whether I ever meet you in person or not, we're still Soul Tribe. So, please keep me updated with what happens. I would love that. Okay, so Mom Life, are you still here? I got to make sure nobody else. Okay. Who else is still here that can hear me? I see you, placebo. Placebo effect. You're here. So I will definitely do a quick read for you. I really wanted to do a reading for Mom Life. I felt like I just felt drawn to do a reading for her. So if you're still here, Mom Life, 1992. Thank you so much, Brandy. Yeah, it'll be fun. Getting to hang out with my parents, some family. Get a little cabin in the North Georgia mountains. So that'll be fun. It's a good time of year for it. Sunsea, I see you there. So placebo and Sunsea, I'll definitely do. I'll answer. I'll have to do some quick readings for you guys. Because actually, I legitimately do need to get some sleep. But I'll definitely do you two guys. Mom Life, are you here? She's like, I went to sleep on you, dude. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm just going to give her just a second here. Because I really felt like I needed to. If not, then I'll just have to hope that she either contacts me or reaches out. All right, well, let's do ahead and do placebo. Placebo, you can ask your question. And then I will do Sunsea, I will do you next if Mom Life does not respond. So Sunsea, if you don't mind, just go ahead and have your question ready to go. $7:56. Yeah, it's 2:57 in the morning here, so it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't know how long I've been on. Let's see. No, I've been on 4.5 hours, a little over 4.5 hours, which is actually, I guess, short for me. Considering I think my shortest one has been like 5 hours. My longest has been like 9. Placebo, if you are here, my friend, you may ask your question. Okay, what is hidden from me? All right. Let's see. What is hidden from the placebo effect? All right, well, the first thing out is something from your past. Okay, interesting. Something to do with either a female with a divine feminine in reverse. Could also be a friend or any type of female figure. It doesn't have to be romantic, but you know, there's a feminine energy. We'll just put it that way. This paradigms is interesting to me. I got a question mark on that. Okay. And the cars just blew up everywhere. So there's some type of meaning to that. That's never happened, ever. Family. So, you know, maybe something with your family, with a mom, with a guardian here, or it could have had to do with children either as well. Somebody could have. This is really weird. I don't know. Somebody could have had an abortion. Maybe, or miscarriage, something to do with a child that wasn't born, because this is in reverse. I gotta go get the cards that just flew everywhere. All right. So then we have decisions here, and then we have fortress. Something about somebody. So maybe somebody was hiding. Okay, this makes sense. Now this makes more sense to me. Somebody had a maybe in the past somebody had a decision they had to make, a difficult decision maybe, because the paradigms is talking about this decision here. So clearly there was a decision, a thought, something that somebody had to make here, and I'm going to clarify this because it's kind of unusual to me, and it doesn't have to make sense to me, obviously, because it's not my reading, but that's kind of the strong vibes I'm getting here. And then we got the fortress here has to do with either like keeping a secret in a metaphorical way, but there was also something here about like being somebody feeling safe and secure in all of this. So I'm gonna have to clarify, because this is definitely there's something here. And then the zodiac and leadership, like this is like, but it's a different type of energy. The leadership over here is like almost like having to rely upon somebody else as an expert, maybe. Somebody else's advice, leaning on somebody else's advice or expertise regarding something. So what, hold on, let's see. What is hidden from placebo? What else? What is this about? And normally these cards correlate. They make sense together. But all this is like, they're almost, some of them correlate and some of them don't. It's very interesting. So, well, here's your secret. So there's the moon. The moon is obviously something that's been hidden from you. We have the Two of Pentacles. There's a choice. Again, somebody going back and forth, having to make up their mind about something, a decision that needs to be made, which is this card. So this is essentially the same energy as this Two of Pentacles. But what is this about? Why is the moon here? What is being hidden? Now we do have the Lovers here. So there could have been yeah, I mean there could have been an affair, a betrayal. There could have been hidden lovers. There, you know, like the Two of Pentacles, the moon, and the Lovers card. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. There could have been a hidden relationship, somebody else involved. But before I place my bet on that, let me try to get some more confirmation here. Well, we have the Two of Cups now, so we have the Two of Cups and the Lover, so that's confirmation that whatever was hidden definitely had to do with a relationship. Okay. But what? What about this? What about this hidden relationship? Ace of Wands. So somebody could have been having sex. Ace of Wands is my sex card. There's a lot of passion there. And obviously, this wand, use your imagination, you know. Looks like a male's what have you. What is this about? Was this an affair? What is this? Was this an affair? Was this cheating? What was this? Okay. This makes sense. So now we got the Four of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles is somebody who was still holding on to something, and that's the Fortress card. The Fortress card and the Four of Pentacles is the same type of thing. It's the same energy, just said two different ways. So somebody had not let go of somebody else. Somebody was still holding on to somebody, and they were trying to have their cake and eat it too. We have the Knight of Wands. Again, a lot of passion, a lot of sexual chemistry, in somebody who basically is a player. They're non-committal, you know, and they have no problem with, you know, they're not somebody that you can rely upon if you're looking for a long-term relationship. So, you know, the Knight of Wands sees what he wants and he goes and he gets it. He's not thinking about his moral compass when he does it. Somebody who either gets a lot of attention, or they want a lot of attention, or they're very attractive, with the Six of Wands. We have a Page of Cups here now. So yeah, there was obviously some type of emotions or flirting or something here. There, you know, somebody obviously had some degree of emotions and feelings here. But the Page of Cups is like petty. It's like an infatuation. It's not, you know, it's like when you have a crush on somebody. It's not like massive amounts of feelings and emotions for somebody. But there's enough there for there to be a spark. There's enough there to have chemistry. What is this? What else do we need to know about this? Okay, well now we have the Knight of Cups. So yeah, so this is something that like I think started out as kind of a crush, but then it turned into more, because now we go from the Page to the Knight of Cups. So that's a progression of emotion. So now we're starting to get emotionally invested here. Now there's also, we have water, a lot of water energy. So we have Cancer and Pisces here with the moon. We have Gemini here with the Lovers card. We have the two knights. We have water here, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces with the Knight of Cups. We have fire, Leo, Sagittarius, Aries with the Knight of Wands. And we have water again with the Page of Cups, which is Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. So, you know, any of those signs could be involved. I don't know for sure, but I'm going to mention them. And then obviously we have the Ace of Swords, which is the truth. So obviously the truth is coming out about whatever this is. And I'm assuming that you asking the question is because you had a hunch or you came across information. There's a reason that you asked this question, and it's tied to that Ace of Swords. You know, you're on a mission to find to figure out the truth. Well, if your suspicion for asking the question was somebody lying to you, cheating on you, or whatever the capacity is that you are asking or inquiring, the answer is yes. Whatever it was that you thought was happening, the answer is clearly yes. There was something being hidden from you. And it was relationship in nature, because now we have the Hierophant, which is about a commitment. You know, so this is implying that, you know, you were in a commitment with this person, or this person was in another commitment. There was a pre-existing commitment when this betrayal or whatever it is that's happened. There was a pre-existing commitment. That's why it was hidden. Or that's why people hide it, right? Like if there was no commitment, you know, then there's nothing to hide. anything else here. Five of Wands, there was competition. There could have been fighting over this. Maybe you got into a fight with this person, or this person got into a fight with you. If not, then it's just simply saying, yeah, you weren't the only person. There was competition. You know, there were other people that were involved in giving this person attention, or dating this person, or seeing this person, or sleeping with this person. Like, there's other people involved. Could have been a Sagittarius. We have the Temperance card that fell on the floor. Doesn't have to be Sagittarius. Now, another thing about this is this person, whoever this person is, could be telling you, like, no, you're wrong. Like I'm a good person. I would never do that. That's the Temperance energy. Temperance is moderation, being, doing things right. Temperance is like, no, I would never hurt anything. I would never harm anybody. I would never lie to anybody. So, this is somebody pretending to be an angel, basically, right? That's the energy that's coming off that card. And I've actually never had that energy come off that card before. And then at the bottom of the deck, we have the Page of Wands, more fire energy. So again, could be a Sagittarius involved. And then we have the Knight of Wands as well. So now we have Page of Cups, Knight of Cups, Page of Wands, Knight of Wands. So we have fire and water. We also have Taurus here with the Hierophant, just naming all the signs. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of flirting here with the page. The Page of Wands is a very flirtatious energy, all about the fun and flirting. Clearly there's been some fighting about this. We have the Seven of Wands now, a lot of defensiveness. So I feel like, again, if you try to call this person out and say, hey, I think you're hiding something, or something doesn't feel right, this is them standing their ground going, no, I'm not doing anything wrong. It's you. It's not me, blah, blah, blah. This person over here, they're in denial. They're denying it with the Seven of Wands. Three of Cups, self-explanatory. Yeah, there's multiple people involved. So if your question is about, a romantic person, like I'm assuming it is, was somebody romantically hiding something from you, then the answer is yes. But here's the thing. I will say this really quick. This past card is here. Okay. So I don't know if this is occurring right now, or if this was something that happened in the past. That's just the only caveat. I don't know that it matters. Dishonesty is still dishonesty, but it did happen. Whatever this is, whether it's happening now or whether it happened in the past, it did happen. Okay. And I honestly do feel like potentially maybe this person, while they were doing whatever they were doing, they could have got knocked up, and maybe they had to get rid of the kid. Cause like, hey, you know what? Like I can't get pregnant, and maybe that's like, whether it's you take the day after pill, or you get an abortion, I don't know. But for some reason, and I don't think I've ever gotten that before. And I could be completely dead wrong about that. Okay. But I feel it very strongly with this in reverse. This Divine Feminine in reverse feels like, especially with the family card. Cause look, there's a little baby's hand on this picture. Like you have the two parents holding the little baby, this newborn baby's hand, and it says family, like, yeah, I think somebody might have gotten knocked up or pregnant. And then, there's like, I can't have this baby for whatever reason. And so maybe they got an abortion or something. I don't know, but, I don't know that for sure, but that's the energy that I got. So there could be a few things there. No, I don't see anything here about black magic or anything evil. Like I don't see anything superstitious or paranormal or anything like that at all. I just see unfaithful, immature, horny people. That's what I see. Unfaithful, immature, and horny people. That's all I see here. Two pages and nights, like having flings, trying to keep it secret, making poor life decisions. That's what I see. I see poor life decisions, basically. That's the best way I can say it. Perhaps maybe the nicest way I can say it. Like I'll be honest with you, man. Like I don't, And you may not be a man. That's just my terminology, man or woman, whatever. Like, I'll be honest with you. Like, I've been cheated on many times. So when it comes to people who are unfaithful, like that's a sensitive spot for me. Like, so I don't, and it's taken me a long time in my spiritual growth to be less judgmental because nobody's perfect, and we all have our quote unquote sins. He who has no sin cast the first stone. I get it. But, I just got to be real because I'm human. And if you lie, you cheat, betray, it's fucked up. It's just a really shitty thing, man. And I don't care how spiritual you are. A wrong is a wrong. And I just think that it's really shitty when people do that. And so the nicest way I can say it is that's a poor life decision. And the unfortunate thing is, regardless of what you believe, karma never misses an address, and you will pay the price. Karma will come and find you. It may not be tomorrow. It may not be next week. It may not be next year. I've gotten karma for things that I've did 5-10 years ago. I way moved on from that, asked for forgiveness, corrected my wrongs, like whatever I did. It's like, man, I thought that I took care of that. Karma's like, nope. You don't get to choose when karma shows up and serves up the sentence. We don't get to choose that. Karma, but I can tell you this from my own experience and seeing people, observing people get their karma. You never know. Never know when karma is going to come back on you. And it always does. It always does. So it sucks for them. Whoever did the betraying and cheating, it definitely sucks for them. So wait, Mom life, did you come back? She is here. I thought you were gone. She's back. I kept telling everybody I needed to do your reading because I felt really strongly I needed to. And then I got Sunsea. So Mom life, if you're here, just let me know you're here. Oh, Brandy's still here too. Yeah. I guess still a couple of you late nighters riding the train with me. Like, okay, no, you're fine. I just felt like, or felt really strongly that I needed to do a reading for you. And then after that, I got Sunsea. Oh, okay, yeah, no problem. Oh yeah, Brandy, I got it. I got your email. Thank you so much. You're fine, Mom. Mom Life. That's such a weird name. Mom Life 92. I don't mean it in a bad way. It's just, I feel like it just feels kind of weird calling you Mom Life. Sunsea, I haven't forgotten you either. So we're going to do Mom Life. I got you. And then Sunsea, you'll be my last person. So let me go up to your question really quick. My question is not even about me. My family is going to Cuba for religious reasons, and my grandma is going with my mom and her husband. I just want to know if everything is going to be okay. Interesting. Can I ask why Jeanette? Thank you. That's so much better. I would so much rather call you Jeanette. Actually, a very pretty name. Absolutely, Brandy. I will definitely be talking to you soon. Definitely be catching up with you soon. Perfect. Jeanette. That's much better. Thank you. It's nice to meet you, Jeanette. So Jeanette, my question, not that there's anything wrong with your question, but just to help me understand maybe. What is your concern about everybody? Like, are you afraid that if they go to Cuba, like, that they would have like a plane crash, or like, is your grandma's husband like an evil man? Like, is he gonna like go full on Natalie Holloway and like, throw them into the sea and you'll never find them again thing? Like what's the you have a concern, I guess is what I'm trying to say, and I'm trying to understand your concern so that I know what the right question is to ask, if that makes sense. Like I can, when I read your question, I can see that you're implying something, but I don't want to use I don't want to go with what I think it is, because then it's going to affect your reading. I'd rather know it specifically. So you're just worried about in general. I see. You're just concerned in general about them. I got it. That makes sense. Okay. I didn't know if it was something like more, like there was some other thing. You're just wanting to know if they're going to be safe on their trip. All right. Will Jeanette's family be safe on their trip to Cuba? You can ignore these top cards for right now. It's interesting, Jeanette. Um, I keep getting this energy that I'm not sure that it's actually gonna, like. I'm not sure that this is gonna go through all the way. Like I'm getting a, like it. So it sounds like, based on what you were saying, it sounds like your parents are going on like a missions trip. You said religious reasons, so I'm just thinking like maybe they're going to like on a missions trip. Like I grew up in the church. Like I come from that background. I was like the poster child Christian my whole life up until about 5 years ago. I deconstructed my faith, completely changed my whole belief system. Tons of stuff happened like 5 years ago. But, I'm not sure that, I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to ask, but I'm not 100% sure that they're actually going to end up going. We have the decisions card here. And then when I look at the bottom of the deck, if I go down a few, we have the Seven of Cups, which is more decisions needing to be made. And then it's kind of like, okay, we're going to go for it with the Knight of Wands. It's like, I feel like, but then we have the Two of Pentacles, which is back and forth, not sure. So it's weird. It's like there is this level of like, 1 minute we're going, 1 minute we're not going, is what I'm getting here. And so we have the Three of Pentacles. So there's been a lot of planning here, collaborating, talking, planning here. Somebody, an air sign, so I don't know who this is. I feel like it's a feminine, whichever. Obviously, this represents one of your family members, perhaps. Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, somebody who's kind of like, I don't know, the planner here. There's a judgment call that needs to be made, a decision needs to be made. But then we have this guy over here. We have the King of Wands, which could be a Leo, because Leo, Sagittarius, Aries, but this person is in reverse. And then we have the Divine Masculine up here as well. I feel like there is somebody who is, they're not thinking things through. They're being very impulsive and just kind of like, and I got to be careful because this is your family, but I don't know. I just kind of arrogant. Like they're just kind of like, you know, it's like some people, especially when it comes to religion, it's like they get on that, like that zealous, you know, come hell or high water, come whatever. It's like they're just going to go into it. And you're right. Like sometimes people become so indoctrinated in that belief system. And again, I was one of them, that you just think like, you know, it's the martyr syndrome, right? It's like, well, Jesus, you know, led himself to the cross to die for our sins. And a lot of his followers did the same thing after he was gone. And so you have this martyrdom complex where it's almost kind of like, because the Bible tells you to, you know, basically rejoice when people oppress you and, you know, beat you up and kill you. You know, that's the whole thing behind like the Christian narrative is persecution. Like when people persecute you, that's like gold. That's like God giving you the thumbs up going, hey, that's good. That's good. You're being persecuted. They're burning you alive at the stake. They're, you know, they're killing you. They're chopping your heads off, or they're shooting you, or whatever that is. You know, the whole idea about persecution, it's like a blessing. And God looks at you and goes, man, you're you're being persecuted for me in my name. You're doing good. You get the Christian gold star. And it's actually very twisted and morbid, which I had to come and to learn for myself, because again, there's a lot of things that I didn't realize about that belief system that were so, pardon my French, but so fucked up. It's abuse. It's spiritual abuse. It's literally religious spiritual abuse, but you believe it because you don't know any better. And I believed it because I didn't know any better. So I get it. And there was times in my life I was the same way. You know, like I was told that if I didn't go out and find people that didn't believe in Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, that their blood was going to be on my hands, and that one day I was going to stand before God. And if I ever met an unbeliever and I didn't preach at them and tell them that they had to accept Jesus as their Lord and Savior, if I didn't force my beliefs upon them, then God was going to reject me. You know, it's like, hey, if you don't go out and you don't tell people, everybody that you run into all the time, you meet somebody, the very first thing you need to ask them is, Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior? Next person, Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior? Is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior? Is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior? Because you have this fear that's put on you that if I don't go out telling and asking people that, then when I get to heaven and I stand before God, God's going to, you know, depart from me. I never knew you. You didn't do the good work. You know, I was counting on you to get all these other people up here to heaven with me. It was up to you to get these people saved, right? Which completely defies the whole concept of free will, right? Like, if God himself doesn't violate people's free will, in other words, God doesn't force people to choose him, then why is God basically commanding me to go force people to choose him? It makes no fucking sense. Just like nothing really, when you start thinking about corporate organized religion, none of it fucking makes sense. And I could go on and on and on all night about that because I came from that, but you get it, so I'm not going to go there. But I say all of that to go back here to where I feel like whoever this King of Wands represents is kind of like the bullheaded one, like the strong-willed one. Like, we're going to do this no matter what. We're going to go in there and we're going to save all of Cuba, you know? So there is this kind of like we're not going to surrender. We're not going to back down. We're going to do this come hell or high water. So I do sense a little of that energy here, but I don't know if it's enough to where it's actually going to, to where this is actually going to even end up happening, which I'll clarify in a second. But we do have the strength card here. And so I feel like this is so interesting. I feel like whoever this person is kind of like the person that has to rein this person in. Like, this is, whoever this is, this family member of yours, whoever the Queen of Swords is, she's like the voice of reason. And she's like the person who has to kind of like, she knows how to talk to whoever this is. And so she's kind of like the person who has to kind of like, you know, like this woman here with the tiger, with the lion. You know, the lion's like, I'm going to eat and kill everyone. And the woman's like, hey, well, let's just calm down. So she's over here distracting the lion, petting the lion, keeping the lion chill and tame. You know, the woman knows how to keep the lion tame so that the lion doesn't hurt anybody, so that the lion doesn't get himself hurt even, right? So I feel like that's kind of what's going on here. Like whoever this person is kind of the voice of reason for this person. She's the one who keeps them in check, keeps them calm, you know, because they're so full of zeal and passion and go do whatever, right? But I do feel like there's been some conflict here, whether you realize it or not. There's been some disagreements here. The Five of Swords is a conflict and disagreement energy with whatever this is here. So, and this is one of the reasons why I say that, one of the reasons I say that I'm not sure if this is going to happen, because I don't think everybody's on the same page here. That's why the Three of Pentacles is here. The Three of Pentacles is collaboration and teamwork, trying to get on the same page, but this energy is not on the same page. This card here is like, we're not on the same page. We do not see eye to eye about this right now, right? And so let's see if this is even going to happen. Let me ask that. Is this trip even going to happen? Are they going to go to Cuba? Is this actually going to happen or not? No. Yeah, we got a tower. All right, well, something shocking and unexpected is going to happen. And we're back to decisions. Okay, so there is going to be something unexpected here. Let's find out why the tower is here. Why is the tower here? And we have the it's interesting, we have the Ten of Cups over here, and that's kind of I don't know, like somebody's going to unexpectedly get married or have a kid? Oh, and we got the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. Somebody's going to have an unexpected divorce? Or an unexpected loss? Or maybe they're just going to find out that they don't have the resources to go. Because the Ten of Pentacles could be like not having enough money. Yeah, and then with the Four of Pentacles, so that's having to save money, not having enough money, or something to do with security money and finances here. But because the tower is here, the tower blows shit up. So it's like, you know, I don't know, like if like an unexpected something unexpected happens where they have to use the money for something else. But are they going to go? Like that's. Can you just give me a straight answer? Are they going to even go on the trip? Are they even going to go on the trip? Six of Pentacles again. More. I don't know if this is like a missions trip. They're like relying upon like funds. Like I don't know if like they're raising money through their church or something. So they're trying to like actually, because this is about getting money to be able to do this. Still not telling me the answer to my question. Nine of Cups. We have Justice. There could be legal problems. They may have a hard time. It could be something to do with the... There's a delay with the Four of Swords. What else can I use? Five of Cups is at the bottom of the deck, which would be a loss. So let me use this guy. Actually, I do have a yes or no over there. I could use that. Are they even going to... Is this trip going to even happen? Are they going to go on this trip? Loss. No. I don't think they're going to... I don't think... Okay. Yeah. So we have the loss here. We have the loss here. And we have justice here. We have justice here. And we have decisions. Again, I think something to do with about having to navigate either legal problems or financial problems. Like there's a lot of things that end up needing to happen, but I'm not sure that they're actually going to end up going. I got two lost cards here. And I was sensing that with that earlier when we had that Five of Swords out. And I think something else with this tower here, something else is going to happen as well. It's not very clear with what all of it was, but it's like something unexpected. So I don't think, when it's all said and done, I don't think that they're going to, I don't think they're probably going to be able to do it. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm going to say 70% chance that they don't even end up going. 70% chance they don't even end up going. If they did go, will they be safe? We have the Fated Destiny card in reverse. We do have the Sickness card here. Give me one more. Interesting. Secrets. All right, so this is what I got. I don't think 70% chance. I don't think that they're going to make it. I don't think they're going to go. Uh, I don't think that they're going to go. When it's all said and done, I think there's going to be something's going to happen where they're not going to be able to make it. If they do go, they're not supposed to. The destiny card is in reverse. They're not supposed to go. If they do go, there is a chance somebody could get sick. Something, and if it's not, them being sick, then it's essentially like, this is just saying that it's essentially it's just not good for them or their health, basically. Secrets here is basically there's things that they don't know, right? There's circumstances and situations that they're not aware of that could potentially be harmful for their health. And the irony, Jeanette, the irony of all of this is they're thinking they're going out in the name of God to do God's work, and it's actually the opposite. God is doing actually a lot to prevent them from going. That's what this is. This tower is a major arcana. That's God. God source the universe. The fated destiny is like the wheel of fortune, basically, in reverse. It's like the universe is like trying to prevent them from doing this. And they're the ones thinking, oh no, we're going to go serve God. And God's like, no. I'm going to try. You do not need to go here. You don't need to do this. And I'm going to try my best to make sure that this doesn't happen. So it's actually ironic that the universe is trying to, prevent this. And I think that maybe one or maybe even potentially more of your family members is prone to maybe certain health. They may be prone to, certain health problems. They may even have pre-existing health problems right now. And they're just not even like in the shape where they need to be doing this stuff, right? So it's like, you guys like don't need to be doing this shit right now, right? Like it's just not, you're not getting brownie points from God because you have, you can't take your medicine with you, and you can't just drive up the street to CVS to get your prescription because you suddenly start having an issue or whatever, right? Like. So yeah, I definitely think that whatever this is just, I think to be honest with you, I think it's poorly planned, and I think that's where all this decision stuff is coming from. I don't think that they even really have the resources they need to do it, maybe even the way they want to. And I think that they're gonna have other challenges as well, and I'll show you why. We have the Conquer card. So, the Conquer is saying that there's challenges you're going to have to overcome. It's the Chariot energy. Underneath that, you're going to be faced with a lot of decisions. Underneath that, this is not aligned for you. This is literally saying this is not in alignment with you to go do this thing. Underneath that, it's telling you literally not now. Now is not the time to be doing this. Underneath that, it's saying contract. Saying that there are literally laws and legal things. You can't just roll up into Cuba and start doing shit. It's not that easy. Like there's literally like legal stuff that has to happen, for you to even get there with the travel. And then there you have conflict underneath that. So, and then not to mention the fact that you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, other cards that are definitely not good or ideal. This is just whatever this is, whoever's hell bent on making this happen or getting into this, it's not wise. It's completely not wise. And I feel very it's sad because this is what religious shit does. This is what religious shit does. It makes people go stupid, and it makes people go do stupid things. And I get it. I was a part of it. I used to do it, but it's not good. But the good news in all of that is again, I think there's a 70% chance that it's not going to happen. Uh, and even if they do end up going, um, well, if they do end up going, then yeah, I think that it's gonna backfire. Like I don't think that it's gonna be like, I don't think they're gonna like die or anything crazy, but I definitely think it's gonna be, it's not gonna be a pleasant experience, you know, and I definitely think that it would definitely be wise for them to avoid it, or at least reconsider it. She's like, my mom, bro. Yeah, dude. Hey, I get it. I get it, Jeanette. I get it. Like the person that I was when I was indoctrinated, like when I was really, really, really deep into it. I mean, like that shit was I ate, drink, slept, breathe, shit. Like that was like I was the poster child Christian. And I don't have a problem with Jesus. I don't have a problem with I don't have a problem with a lot of things that a lot of things that Jesus himself taught, like his actual teachings, not all the other bullshit that he never taught, he never said, right? Like, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with any of that but I would say 95% of the other shit, it's toxic, man. It's straight up abuse. There's no other way to call it anything else. It's literally abuse. It's religious abuse. And that stuff's not easy to come out from, man. Like every once in a while, I still find something. Something still shows up and I'm like, man, like there's some religious abuse that just came up. I thought I worked through all of that. Like, you still got a little bit in there. Hopefully I'm done with it at this point, but who knows? Something could show up at some point. I mean, when you've lived it that long, man, it's really hard to get out from underneath. But interesting. Yeah, interesting. Well, I mean, all you can do um, is express your concerns, and that's all you can do. You just express your concerns and be like, look, I just really, really, really don't think that this is a good idea, and here's why. And I think that for you guys to be adults and be logical, I understand you want to serve God and you want to, save the world and do all the things, but let's like logically walk through some of these things and try to make sense of some things here, right? And let's think about it from a selfish perspective too. You go to Cuba and you all die, and then I'm over here and I have to deal with your funerals. I have to be the one to clean up your mess and deal with all this stuff and deal with your loss and do all these things. Like, the people that love you should also matter to you, because, I don't think that, God would be like, well, just be selfish and just go do whatever you want and not think about people, right? In fact, it's the opposite. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. That's the golden rule, right? Love God and love your neighbor as you love yourself, right? Yeah. Well, just, you're spiritual, Jeanette. Obviously, the universe is also, God's source universe is also not very excited about this happening. So, I would just say use your own visualization and manifestation powers to manifest it not working out. Like visualize it getting canceled, visualize and manifest it, not the whole thing just being called off. Something, so they don't have enough money, or, somebody gets the flu and the timing of it, right? It's like, oh, we can't go, they got the flu here at home, and I don't mean like you're praying sickness on your family, but I'm just saying like something that would prevent them from going where it would be a heck of a lot worse, right? Because like most people aren't going to die from getting a cold or getting sick uh, here in the States or something. Or it doesn't have to be that, just not having the resource or finances to go, right? So, yeah, I think you should. I would. I mean, you have every right, in my opinion, you have every right to express your thoughts and opinions, and they can disagree with you. But I would 100% say, listen, um, I know, I get it, I respect the fact that you guys feel very strongly about this, but and I'm not saying that you should never ever ever go ever. I'm just saying maybe right this hot minute is not the best time. Like, you know, maybe, you know, just a different time, right? Isha, yeah, the free list is closed. I'm sorry. I've got one more to do. I apologize. No, you're fine. You're fine. I totally get it. I would be worried about my parents too. I knew I had to do. I felt strongly I needed to do a reading for you when you were here earlier, and you waited and you waited and you waited. I just knew that you needed. I don't know. The spirit was like, you know, you need to do a reading for her. Sunsea, are you still here? Sunsea. Well, and I understand 100%. No, there's nothing to be sorry about, Jeanette. There's nothing to be sorry about. You know, it's your family. You care about them. Anybody who cares about their family would feel the same way. All right, Sunsea, drop your question, my friend. Message from Spirit. Okay. Ooh. Well, you fixing to be happy. You fixing to be happy about something. Okay. Yeah, I understand now. So there's two. You have two energies attached to this card over here. The happy card. Uh, it is saying that you will be happy. There's an opportunity for you to be happy in the near future. The problem is that you are kind of cock blocking your unhappiness. Because the next card is we have why, and then we have time to go, and we have Treasure Island, which is tied to the happy card. So basically, you're delaying your happiness and your gratification because you're hung up on something that's happened to you. It's like either you wanting closure about something, or you're not sure why it happened, or whatever it is. This Y card is basically preventing you from getting this blessing that you could be having sooner. In other words, as long as you hold on to this energy of, you know, why did this happen, and whatever that is for you, right? The needing closure or whatever it is, the longer you hold on to this, then the longer it's going to take for you to get this blessing of happiness. And so the advice for you is it's saying it's time to go. So whatever it is that happened, whatever that's happened to you, the universe is saying, hey, you know, I know it might be hard to walk away from this without understanding all the reasons why it happened. You may not get the amount of closure you want. You may not understand all of it, whatever that is. It's saying, nonetheless, it's time to let this go. It's time to leave it behind, walk away, never look back. You know, what you've needed to learn from this situation, you know, there's nothing else to learn here. This is it. It's done. It's over. It's time to put it behind you because you have such beautiful things coming towards you. Treasure Island, right? Like there's a treasure waiting for you that the universe is wanting to bring you, but it can't bring you the treasure because this is you. You're in, you know, you're ruminating over something that happened to you and you're letting it eat you alive. You're letting it rob you of your blessings, rob you of your peace, rob you of your happiness, whatever happened to you. And I'm not saying that there's not a time to grieve. I'm not saying that there's not a time to feel a loss or to feel pain, that there's not a time to be emotional or that there's not a time to be confused. That's human. There's definitely a time for that. But there's also a time to know when it's time to move on from things because those things are never going to change. Sometimes you're never going to get the answer. Sometimes that person's never going to apologize. Sometimes that person's never going to come back. You know, and that's, you know, this is like you waiting for a different outcome, you waiting for something. And the universe is essentially telling you here, it's not going to happen. This thing that you've been waiting for, whether it's closure, whether it's somebody coming back, whether it's a reason, whether it's an apology, whatever this thing is that you've been waiting for that's tied to this Y card, the universe is saying you're probably not going to get it. You're not going to get that answer. And you're just going to have to let it go. And I knew that that's hard. But that's what the cards are saying. It's time to let whatever this thing is go because look, you have a new life. You have a new life waiting for you. The universe is literally saying, I have something amazing to give you. It's going to make you incredibly happy. And it's a whole brand new life. The universe is literally saying, I'm going to bless you. I have something to give you that's amazing. But you're holding on to trash. Right? Like, you know, it's like when you have, you know, you tie up your garbage in a garbage bag and you take it out to the trash can and it's like hanging out at the trash can having a funeral for your garbage. You know, you're sitting at the trash can, like crying over the fact that you just put all this trash in the trash can. And, you know, you don't want the trash man to come and take the trash away. You know, it's like, man, this is garbage, but I don't want to let the garbage go. And you're crying over the garbage that you know, it's like, it's just garbage. It's trash. It needs to go to the dump. It has no purpose in your life anymore. Right? There's something, the universe wants to give you abundance, happiness, beauty, wealth, love, success, not trash, not garbage, not dead things, not things that are going to drag you down, rob you of your happiness, rob you of your peace, you know, so that you don't have to live like this. You know, the universe wants to bring whatever in your life, whether it's love or a job or family members, whatever, friends, you know, into your life where you won't ever have to ask this question again. That's what this is saying. This new life, Treasure Island, and the Happy Happy card is about you never having to go through this ever again. And so, you're prolonging your suffering unnecessarily. There's no reason for you to prolong your suffering. Whatever happened, it sucks. It did suck. It did hurt. It was fucked up. That person or situation, whatever it was for you, it wasn't fair. It wasn't just. It wasn't right. You were wronged. All of that is true. But the universe is saying, hey, look, I know. I get it. I totally get it. But it's time to let it go. It's time to move on now. whatever that thing is for you, because there's something better, something greater that the universe can't wait to give you. Treasure Island. There's a treasure. The universe is ready to give you something beautiful and amazing and incredible. Is there anything else? I mean, I would take this reading. FYI. I will take your reading. I would take this reading for you, for myself. This card, this card, and this card, sign me up. Yeah, right here. The past. It's time to let go of the past. Whatever this thing was that hurt you or is affecting you, it's in your past. It needs to stay in the past. It's going to stay in the past because it's not coming back, but it needs to be let go of. It's moving on from the past. But what about the future? What about the future? So, yeah, your question about why, the universe is saying it wasn't right for you. You weren't aligned with whatever this was. You're wondering, why did this happen? Why this, why that? Why couldn't it work? Because it wasn't in alignment with you. This was not for you. It was not in alignment for you. Decisions. You get to decide what you want in your life. You get to decide if you want to be happy. You get to decide if you want to be sad. The universe is not going to make the decision for you. The universe isn't going to force this new life upon you. The universe isn't going to force happiness upon you. The universe isn't going to force you to accept the gifts and blessings that it wants to bring you. It's up to you. You have to choose it. You have every right to stay in the past if you want to. The universe isn't going to force you out of that position. You will be validated. Validation here with this card. This card says validation in here. The universe has your back. The universe will bring justice to this situation. You will get validation for whatever wrong that was done to you. It may not show up when you want it. It may not show up the way that you want it. But you will be validated for whatever happened here. So this hasn't gone past the universe's eyes blindly just because you haven't seen any consequences or you haven't seen something, right? So don't be fooled that just because you haven't seen anything happen as a result of what happened to you that seems unfair or unjust. Don't assume that karma isn't going to show up at some point one day and it's all going to come around, and one day when this is all behind you, you're going to hear about it and it's going to make sense, and you'll be like, wow, okay. Like, who would have thought? Who would have thought that ABC XYZ would have happened to that person? You know? Yeah. It's time for you to start building your life, building your dreams, building your future, right? And the universe wants to help you. Wants to help you have the things that you really desire in life. But again, you have a decision to make. If you want those things, you have to be willing to let go of the past things. And then look, the lessons card. You learned a lesson in all of this. There was a lesson in this situation for you, which is part of everything I'm saying. Part of the lesson for you is learning how to let go, learning how to move on from the past, learning how to be okay without getting answers, without getting closure or whatever happens, not knowing, what the outcome is going to be for somebody else, if somebody else is going to get punishment or consequences or justice or whatever. That's not up for you to decide because you're not God, right? That's part of your lesson. Part of your lesson is you focusing on yourself and moving forward and taking hold of the life that you deserve, right? That's part of your lesson. Now, the other part of the lesson is the lesson that other person is going to learn, because justice, karma, is going to find him. Whatever happened, whatever that situation is, karma is going to teach them their lesson too. So don't think for a second that whatever the other part of this situation is that this is tied to, don't think that they're getting out scot-free. And it doesn't matter if it looks like they are or whatever the situation is. They're not. Bottom of the deck, we have renewal. This is you, again, moving on and starting over and having a blessed life. This is you rising from the ashes of all that's happened to you to move into a beautiful, blessed life. You have things are about to change for you. There's a period right now, so we have this miser card, which is saying, hey, you know, you need to focus on yourself right now, and your own security, your own sense of self-worth. We have seasons here, which is saying, hey, you're going through a change, right? Just like the seasons change, you're going through a change. This is a big life change for you. Underneath that, we have soul contract. You have a soul contract coming towards you with a person, and you have ascension. You're going up to the next level. These are all just possibilities. They're possibilities that can become realities if you make, if you decide, you make that choice, you make that decision, right? With the decisions, because you have free will, we all do. But if you let this go and you lean into just, hey, you know what? I'm going to let it go. I'm going to focus on me. I'm going to focus on my future. I'm going to trust the universe to lead me and guide me and to bless me because it wants to bless me. Then I'm all game. You shut the door to the past, look forward to the future, hang your head high, and just start walking. And the universe has got your back. You've got this beautiful new life coming to you. You've got happiness coming your way. You have love coming your way. I mean, a soul contract, I'm assuming love. And you're going to be blessed. You got a renewed life coming as a result of this. So it's actually a really positive reading. I mean, again, I don't know exactly what all you've been through. It doesn't matter. I mean, it matters, you know, like obviously it matters what happened to you, but I'm saying the details don't matter to me in the sense that it doesn't matter, that it has no effect on the future that is ahead for you. So it doesn't matter what happened to you in the past. All that matters is who you become as a result of what happened to you. And if you become a better person because you've learned these lessons, then it was worth it. This is you finding the treasure in the pile of shit, as I talked about all night. And when you lay hold of that treasure and you become a better you and you move forward towards your better life, as you start to experience the better life, you're going to look behind you and go, man, I can't believe I was ever hung up on that. I can't believe that I ever felt that intensely about that, or that I ever even let that bother me so much. Like one day you're going to wake up and you go, I can't believe that I let that thing back there, that situation, that person, whatever happened to me, just fuck me up so bad. I just can't believe it. You know, because you're going to be living such a different life in the future that whatever happened to you back there is just not even going to make sense to you. It's like, who was that? Who was I? What was that about? It's crazy. Right? And it's just going to almost seem silly to you. The whole thing's almost going to seem silly to you, you know, and you're just going to be too busy enjoying life at that point. So, you know, it's a really good reading. And I think that, yeah, it's just shut the door in the past, move forward, and learn the lessons that you learned as a result of this, and keep trusting in God's source, the universe, keep trusting in spirit, and, you know, focus on your future. Focus on this. Manifest it. Call it in. Let the universe know that that's what you want. Whether you pray, whether you meditate, whether you talk, whether you write, however you communicate with your higher power, tell it. Say, I want that. Whatever this guy on YouTube was telling me that you had for me, I want it. I don't want this crap in the past. I don't want to be stuck anymore. I don't want to live in the past. I mean business. I want my happy life. I want my treasure, and I want to be fulfilled. And claim it. Claim it, and mean it. You know, that's what I would do. And I assure you that if you mean it, then the universe will follow through, because that's how the universe works. The universe doesn't dangle carrots. The universe doesn't lie to us. the universe means business. And so if the universe promises you something, it has every intention of fulfilling it. The universe is like, I'm going to give you a new life. It's not a lie. The universe is like, I'm going to bring you this amazing treasure. All the things that you want, I'm bringing them to you. Treasure Island. It's a whole island of treasure. That's why it's called Treasure Island. It's not called Treasure Chest. Treasure Chest would just be a small chest. It's saying there's a whole freaking island of treasure out there. And the island belongs to you. The island's got your name on it. Universe is giving that to you. Universe is like, hey, I'm about to make you really, really, really happy. Like really happy. It's not just one happy, it's two happy. I'm going to make you happy, happy. 2 times happy. Right? The universe doesn't lie. It's a promise. But you have to do your part. And your part is this. This is your part. You have to leave the past behind. You have to let go. You may not know why. You may not understand. But this is it. It's time to go. It's time to let it go. You've everything that you needed to learn, everything you needed to experience, you learned it, you experienced it. There's nothing left here. It's just time to move on. And if you move on, then the universe will show up for you. So I hope that was helpful. And I appreciate you also for your patience, for sticking around. And if you haven't already, consider liking and subscribing to the channel. And come back. Keep me in touch. Come back. Let me know. Keep me updated with how things unfold for you. I want to see you again. I want to hear from you again. And with that being said, I am off to bed. Actually went a little bit over. That's fine. You guys are worth it. And so, much love and light to you, my friend, and the rest of everybody out on YouTube lands. I'll see you guys all soon. And with that being said, I am going to sleep, and good night to everybody.